Introduction of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Introduction. Hope went before them, and the world was wide. Such was the spirit in which the exploration of the world was accomplished. It was the inspiration that carried men of old far beyond the sunrise into those magic and silent seas whereon no boat had ever sailed. It is the incentive of those today, with the wonder thirst in their souls, who travel and suffer in the traveling, though there are fewer prizes left to win. But the reward is in the doing, and the rapture of pursuing is the prize. To travel hopefully, says Stevenson, is a better thing than to arrive. This would explain the fact that this book of discovery has become a record of splendid endurance, of hardships bravely borne, of silent toil, of courage and resolution unequalled in the annals of mankind, of self-sacrifice, unrivalled, and faithful lives laid ungrudgingly down, of the many who went forth, the few only attained. It is of these few that this book tells. All these, says the poet in Ecclesiastes, all these were honored in their generation, and were the glory of their times. Their name liveth for evermore. But while we read of those master spirits who succeeded, let us never forget those who failed to achieve. Anybody might have found it, but a whisper came to me. Enthusiasm, too, was the secret of their success. Among the best of crews there was always some one who would have turned back, but the world would have never have been explored had it not been for those finer spirits who resolutely went on, even to the death. This is what carried Alexander the Great to the earth's utmost verge, that drew Columbus across the trackless Atlantic, that nerved Vasco da Gama to double the stormy Cape, that induced Magellan to face the dreaded straits now called by his name, that made it possible for men to face without flinching the ice-bound regions of the far north. There is no land uninhabitable, nor sea unnavigable, asserted the men of the 16th century, when England set herself to take possession of her heritage in the north. Such an heroic temper could overcome all things. But the cost was great, the sufferings intense. Having eaten our shoes and saddles boiled with a few wild herbs, we set out to reach the kingdom of gold, says Orellana in 1540. We ate biscuit, but in truth it was biscuit no longer, but a powder full of worms. So great was the want of food that we were forced to eat the hides with which the mainyard was covered. But we had also to make use of sawdust for food, and rats became a great delicacy, related Magellan, as he led his little ship across the unknown Pacific. Again, there is Franklin returning from the Arctic coast, and stilling the pangs of hunger with pieces of singed hide mixed with lichen, varied with the horns and bones of the dead deer fried with some old shoes. The dangers of the way were manifold, for the early explorers had no land map or ocean chart to guide them. There were no lighthouses to warn the strange mariner of dangerous coast and angry surf, no books of travel to relate the weird doings of fierce and inhospitable savages, no tinned foods to prevent the terrible scourge of sailors, scurvy. In their little wooden sailing ships the men of old faced every conceivable danger, and surmounted obstacles unknown to modern civilization. Now strike your sails, ye jolly mariners, for we be come into a quiet road. For the most part we are struck with the light-heartedness of the olden sailor, the shout of gladness with which men went forth on these hazardous undertakings, knowing not how they would arrive, or what might befall them by the way, went forth in the smallest of wooden ships, with the most incompetent of crews, to face the dangers of unknown seas and unsuspected lands, to chance the angry storm and the hidden rock, to discover inhospitable shores and savage foes. Founded on bitter experience is the old saying, "A passage perilous maketh a port pleasant." For the early navigators knew little of the art of navigation. Pytheas, who discovered the British Isles, was a great mathematician. Diego Cam, who sailed to the mouth of the Congo, was a knight of the king's household. Sir Hugh Willoughby, a most valiant gentleman. Richard Cancellor, a man of great estimation for many good parts of wit in him. Anthony Jenkinson, a resolute and intelligent gentleman. Sir Walter Raleigh, an Elizabethan courtier, and so forth. It has been obviously impossible to include all the famous names that belong to the history of exploration. Most of these explorers have been chosen for some definite new discovery, some addition to the world's geographical knowledge, or some great feat of endurance which may serve to brace us to fresh effort as a nation famous for our seamen. English navigators have been afforded the lion's share in the book, partly because they took the lion's share in exploring, partly because translations of foreign travel are difficult to transcribe. Most of these stories have been taken from original sources, and most of the explorers have been allowed to tell part of their own story in their own words. Perhaps the most graphic of all explorations is that written by a native of West Australia, who accompanied the exploring party searching for an English lad named Smith, who had been starved to death. "Away, away, 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 we reach the water of Junjub, we shoot game. Away, 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 through a forest away, through a forest away, we see no water. Through a forest away, along our tracks away, hills ascending, then pleasantly away, away, through a forest away. We see a water, along the river away. A short distance we go, then away, 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 through a forest away. Then along another river away, across the river away. Still we go onwards, along the sea away, through the bush away, then along the sea away. We sleep near the sea. I see Mr. Smith's footsteps ascending a sandhill. Onwards I go, regarding his footsteps. I see Mr. Smith dead. 2 sleeps had he been dead. Greatly did I weep, and much I grieved. In his blanket folding him, we scraped away the earth. The sun had inclined to the westward as we laid him in the ground." The book is illustrated with reproductions from old maps, old primitive maps, with a real Adam and Eve standing in the Garden of Eden, with pillars of Hercules guarding the Straits of Gibraltar, with Paradise in the east, a realistic Jerusalem in the center, the island of Thule in the north, and St. Brandon's Isles of the Blessed in the west. Beautifully colored were the maps of the Middle Ages, joyous charts all glorious with gold and vermilion, compasses and crests and flying banners with mountains of red and gold. The seas are full of ships, brave beflagged vessels with swelling sails. The land is ablaze with kings and potentates on golden thrones under canopies of angels, while over all presides the Madonna in her golden chair. The Hereford Mappa Mundi, drawn in the 13th century on a fine sheet of vellum, circular in form, is among the most interesting of the medieval maps. It must once have been gorgeous, with its gold letters and scarlet towns, its green seas and its blue rivers. The Red Sea is still red, but the Mediterranean is chocolate brown, and all the green has disappeared. The mounted figure in the lower right hand corner is probably the author, Richard de Holdingham. The map is surmounted by a representation of the Last Judgment, below which is Paradise as a circular island, with the 4 rivers as the figures of Adam and Eve. In the center is Jerusalem. The world is divided into 3, Asia, Africa, and Europe. Around this earth island flows the ocean. America is, of course, absent. The East is placed at Paradise, and the West at the Pillars of Hercules. North and South are left to the imagination. And what of the famous map of Juan de la Cosa, once pilot to Columbus, drawn in the 15th century, with Saint Christopher carrying the infant Christ across the water, supposed to be a portrait of Christopher Columbus carrying the gospel to America? It is the first map in which a dim outline appears of the New World. The early maps of Africa are filled with camels and unicorns, lions and tigers, veiled figures, and the turrets and spires of strange buildings. Geographers in African maps with savage pictures fill their gaps. Surely, says a modern writer, surely the old cartographer was less concerned to fill his gaps than to express the poetry of geography. And today there are still gaps in the most modern maps of Africa, where 1/11 of the whole area remains unexplored. Further, in Asia, the problem of the Brahmaputra Falls is yet unsolved. There are shores untrodden and rivers unsurveyed. God hath given us some things, and not all things, that our successors also might have somewhat to do, wrote Barents in the 16th century. There may not be much left, but with the words of Kipling's explorer we may fitly conclude: something hidden. Go and find it. Go and look behind the ranges. Something lost behind the ranges, lost and waiting for you. Go. Thanks are due to Mr. S. G. Stubbs for valuable assistance in the selection and preparation of the illustrations, which, with few exceptions, have been executed under his directions. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 1 A Little Old World. No story is complete unless it begins at the very beginning. But where is the beginning? Where is the dawn of geography, the knowledge of our earth? What was it like before the first explorers made their way into distant lands? Every day that passes we are gaining fresh knowledge of the dim and silent past. Every day men are patiently digging in the old heaps that were once the sites of busy cities, and, as a result of their unvarying toil, they are revealing to us the life stories of those who dwelt therein. They are disclosing secrets writ on weather-worn stones and tablets, bricks and cylinders, never before even guessed at. Thus we read the wondrous story of ancient days, and breathlessly wonder what marvelous discovery will thrill us next. For the earliest account of the Old World, a world made up apparently of a little land and a little water, we turn to an old papyrus, the oldest in existence, which tells us in familiar words, unsurpassed for their exquisite poetry and wondrous simplicity, of that great dateless time so full of mystery and awe. In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was waste and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered into one place, and let the dry land appear. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. Thus beautifully did the children of men express their earliest idea of the world's distribution of land and water. And where, on our modern maps, was this little earth, and what was it like? Did trees and flowers cover the land? Did rivers flow into the sea? Listen again to the old tradition that still rings down the ages. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became four heaths. The name of the first is Pison, and the name of the second river is Gihon, the name of the third river is Hiddekel, Tigris, and the fourth river is Euphrates. Now look at the modern map of Asia. Between Arabia and Persia there is a long valley watered by the Tigris and Euphrates, rivers which rise in Armenia and flow into the Persian Gulf. This region was the traditional cradle of the human race. Around and beyond was a great world, a world with great surging seas, with lands of trees and flowers, a world with continents and lakes and bays and capes, with islands and mountains and rivers. There were vast deserts of sand rolling away to right and to left, there were mountains up which no man had climbed, there were stormy seas over which no ship had ever sailed. But these men of old had never explored far. They believed that their world was just a very little world, with no other occupants than themselves. They believed it to be flat, with mountains at either end on which rested a solid metal dome known as the firmament. In this shining circle were windows, in and out of which the sun would creep by day and the moon and stars by night. And the whole of this world was, they thought, balanced on the waters. There was water above, the waters that be above the firmament, and water below, and water all around. Long ages pass away. Let us look again at the green valley of the Euphrates and Tigris. It has been called the nursery of nations. Names have been given to various regions round about, and cities have arisen on the banks of the rivers. Babylonia, Mesopotamia, Chaldea, Assyria, all these long names belong to this region, and around each centers some of the most interesting history and legend in the world. Rafts on the river and caravans on the land carried merchandise far and wide. Men made their way to the Sea of the Rising Sun, as they called the Persian Gulf, and to the Sea of the Setting Sun, as they called the Mediterranean. They settled on the shores of the Caspian Sea, on the shores of the Black Sea, on the shores of the Red Sea. They carried on magnificent trade. Cedar, pine, and cypress were brought from Lebanon to Chaldea, limestone and marble from Syria, copper and lead from the shores of the Black Sea. And these dwellers about Babylonia built up a wonderful civilization. They had temples and brick-built houses, libraries of tablets revealing knowledge of astronomy and astrology. They had a literature of their own. Suddenly from out the city of Ur, Kerbela, near the ancient mouth of the Euphrates, appears a traveller. There had doubtless been many before, but records are scanty and hard to piece together, and a detailed account of a traveller with a name is very interesting. Abram went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there. He would have travelled by the chief caravan routes of Syria into Egypt. Here, about the fertile mouth of the Nile, he would have found an ancient civilization as wonderful as that to which he was accustomed in Babylonia. It was a grain-growing country, and when there was famine in other lands, there was always corn in Egypt, thanks to the mighty, life-giving Nile. But we must not linger over the old civilization, over the wonderful empire governed by the pharaohs or kings, first from Memphis, Cairo, and then from the 100-gated Thebes. Must not linger over these old pyramid builders, the temple, sphinxes, and statues of ancient Egypt. Before even Abram came into their country, we find the Egyptians famous for their shipping and navigation. Old pictures and tombs recently discovered tells us this. On the coast of the Red Sea they built their long narrow ships, which were rowed by some 20 paddlers on either side, and steered by 3 men standing in the stern. With one mast and a large sail they flew before the wind. They had to go far afield for their wood. We find an Egyptian being sent to cut down 4 forests in the south in order to build 3 large vessels out of acacia wood. Petrie tells us of an Egyptian sailor who was sent to Punt or Somaliland to fetch for Pharaoh sweet-smelling spices. He was shipwrecked on the way, and this is the account of his adventures. "I was going," he relates, "to the mines of Pharaoh, and I went down on the sea on a ship with 150 sailors of the best of Egypt, whose hearts were stronger than lions. They had said that the wind would be contrary, or that there would be none. But as we approached the land the wind rose and threw up high waves. As for me, I seized a piece of wood, but those who were in the vessel perished, without one remaining. A wave threw me on an island. After that I had been 3 days alone without a companion beside my own heart. I laid me in a thicket, and the shadow covered me. I found figs and grapes, all manner of good herbs, berries and grain, melons of all kinds, fishes and birds. I lighted a fire and I made a burnt offering unto the gods. Suddenly I heard a noise as of thunder, which I thought to be that of a wave of the sea. The trees shook and the earth was moved. I uncovered my eyes, and I saw that a serpent drew near. His body was as if overlaid with gold, and his color as that of true lazuli. 'What has brought thee here, little one, to this isle, which is in the sea and of which the shores are in the midst of the waves?' asked the serpent. The sailor told his story kneeling on his knees, with his face bowed to the ground. 'Fear not, little one, and make not thy face sad,' continued the serpent, 'for it is God who has brought thee to this isle of the blessed, where nothing is lacking, and which is filled with all good things. Thou shalt be 4 months in this isle. Then a ship shall come from thy land with sailors, and thou shalt go to thy country. As for me, I am a prince of the land of Punt. I am here with my brethren and children around me. We are 75 serpents, children and kindred.' Then the grateful sailor promised to bring all the treasures of Egypt back to Punt. 'And I shall tell of thy presence unto Pharaoh. I shall make him to know of thy greatness,' said the Egyptian stranger. But the strange prince of Punt only smiled. 'Thou shalt never more see this isle,' he said. 'It shall be changed into waves.' Everything came to pass as the serpent said. The ship came, gifts were lavished on the sailor from Egypt, perfumes of cassia, of sweet woods, of cypress, incense, ivory tusks, baboons and apes, and thus laden he sailed home to his own people. Long centuries after this we get another glimpse at the land of Punt. This time it is in the reign of Queen Hatshepsu, who sent a great trading expedition into this famous country. 5 ships started from Thebes, sailing down the river Nile and probably reaching the Red Sea by means of a canal. Navigating in the Red Sea was difficult, the coast was steep and inhospitable, no rivers ran into it. Only a few fishing villages lay along the coast used by Egyptian merchants as markets for mother of pearl, emeralds, gold, and sweet-smelling perfumes. Then the ships continued their way, the whole voyage taking about 2 months. Arrived at Punt, the Egyptian commander pitched his tents upon the shore, to the great astonishment of the inhabitants. 'Why have ye come hither unto this land, which the people of Egypt know not?' asked the chief of Punt. 'Have ye come through the sky? Did ye sail upon the waters or upon the sea? Presents from the Queen of Egypt were at once laid before the chief of Punt, and soon the seashore was alive with people. The ships were drawn up; gangplanks were very heavily laden with marvels of the country of Punt. There were heaps of myrrh, resin, of fresh myrrh trees, ebony and pure ivory, cinnamon wood, incense, baboons, monkeys, dogs, natives, and children. Never was the like brought to any king of Egypt since the world stands. And the ships voyaged safely back to Thebes with all their booty and with pleasant recollections of the people of Somaliland. In spite of these little expeditions, the Egyptian world seemed still very small. The Egyptians thought of the earth with its land and sea as a long, oblong sort of box, the centre of which was Egypt. The sky stretched over it like an iron ceiling, the port toward the earth being sprinkled with lamps hung from the strong cables lighted by night and extinguished by day. Four forked trunks of trees upheld the sky roof. But lest some storm should overthrow these tree trunks, there were four lofty peaks connected by chains of mountains. The southern peak was known as the Horn of the Earth; the eastern, the Mountain of Birth; the western, the Region of Life; the southern was invisible. And why? Because they, through the Great Sea, the very Green, the Mediterranean, lay between it and Egypt. Beyond these mountain peaks, supporting the world, rolled a great river, an ocean stream, and the sun was as a ball of fire placed on a boat and carried round the ramparts of the world by the all encircling water. So we realize that the people living in Babylonia about the river Euphrates, and those living in Egypt about the river Nile, had very strange ideas about the little old world around them. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 2 Early Mariners. The law of the universe is progress and expansion, and this little old world was soon discovered to be larger than men thought. Now in Syria, the highway between Babylonia and Egypt, dwelt a tribe of dusky people known as Phoenicians. Some have thought that they were related to our old friends in Somaliland, and that long years ago they had migrated north to the seacoast of that part of Syria known as Canaan. Living on the seashore, washed by the tideless Mediterranean, they soon became skillful sailors. They built ships and ventured forth on the deep. They made their way to the islands of Cyprus and Crete, and thence to the islands of Greece, bringing back goods from other countries, to barter with their less daring neighbors. They reached Greece itself and cruised along the northern coast of the Great Sea to Italy, along the coast of Spain to the Rock of Gibraltar, and out into the open Atlantic. How their little sailing boats lived through the storms of that great ocean, none may know, for Phoenician records are lost, but we have every reason to believe that they reached the northern coast of France and brought back tin from the islands known to them as the Tin Islands. In their home markets were found all manner of strange things from foreign unknown lands, discovered by these master mariners, the admiration of the ancient world. "The ships of Tarshish," said the old poet, "did think of thee in thy market, and thou wast replenished and made very glorious in the midst of the seas. Thy rowers have brought thee into great waters. The east wind hath broken thee in the midst of the seas." All the world knew of the Phoenician seaports, Tyre and Sidon. They were as famous as Memphis and Thebes on the Nile, as magnificent as Nineveh on the Tigris and Babylon on the Euphrates. Men spoke of the renowned city of Tyre, whose merchants were as princes, whose traffickers were among the honorable of the earth. "O thou that art situate at the entry of the sea," cries the poet again, when the greatness of Tyre was passing away, "which art a merchant of the people from many isles, thy borders are in the midst of the seas, thy builders have perfected thy beauty. They have made all thy shipboards of fir trees. They have taken cedars of Lebanon to make masts for thee. Of the oaks of Bassan have they made thy oars. Fine linen with broidered work from Egypt was that which thou spreadest forth to be thy sail. The inhabitants of Sidon were thy mariners, thy wise men were thy pilots." As time goes on, early groups round the Euphrates and the Nile continue, but new nations form and grow, new cities arise, new names appear. Centuries of men live and die, ignorant of the great world that lies about them, lords of the Eastern world that knew no West. England was yet unknown, America undreamed of, Australia still a desolate island in an unknown sea. The burning eastern sun shone down on to vast stretches of desert land uninhabited by man, great rivers flowed through dreary swamps unrealized, tempestuous waves beat against their shores, and melancholy winds swept over the face of endless ocean solitudes. And still, according to their untortured minds, the world is flat, the world is very small, and it is surrounded by ever flowing waters, beyond which all is dark and mysterious. Around the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, revealed by the boundless energy and daring skill of the Phoenicians, there were colonies along the coasts of Africa and Europe, though they were not yet called by their names. They have discovered and explored, but they have kept their information to themselves, and they have specially refused to divulge their voyages to the Greeks. A story is told, at a later date than this of a Phoenician shipmaster who was bound for the Tin Islands, when he suddenly discovered that he was being followed by a strange ship, evidently bent on finding out where these unknown islands lay. The Phoenician purposely ran his ship onto a shoal in order to keep the secret of the discovery. When he returned home his conduct was upheld by the state. But though the Phoenicians have left us no record of their travels and voyages, they had been the carriers of knowledge, and it was from them that the Greeks learned of the extreme regions of the world, and of the dim, far West. Indeed, it is highly probable that from the Phoenicians they got material for their famous legend of the Argonauts and their adventures in the Black Sea. Though the story is but legendary, and it has been added to with the growing knowledge of the world, yet it gives an idea of the perils that beset the sailors of those remote ages, and of their limitations. And again we must remind ourselves that both the Phoenicians and early Greeks had, like the Egyptians and Babylonians, childish ideas as to the form of the earth. To them it was a circular plain, encircled by the ocean, which they believed to be a broad, deep running river, flowing round and round the world. Into this ocean stream ran all the rivers and seas known to them. Over the earth was raised a solid firmament of bronze, in which the stars were set, and this was supported on tall pillars, which kept the heaven and the earth asunder. The whole delightful story of the Argonauts can be read in Kingsley's Heroes. It is the story of brave men who sailed in the ship Argo, named after the great shipbuilder Argos, to bring back the Golden Fleece from Colchis in the Black Sea. Nowhere in all the history of exploration have we a more poetical account of the launching of a ship for distant lands. Then they have stored her well with food and water, and pulled the ladder up on board, and settled themselves each man to his oar, and kept time to Orpheus' harp, and away across the bay they rowed southward, while the people lined the cliffs, and the women wept while the men shouted at the starting of that gallant crew. They chose a captain, and the choice fell on Jason. because he was the wisest of them all, and they rowed on over the long swell on the sea, past Olympus, past the wooden base of Athos and the sacred isle, and they came past Lemnos to the Hellespont, and so on into the Propontis, which we call Marmora now. So they came to the Bosphorus, the land then as now of bitter blasts, the land of cold and misery, and a great battle of the winds took place. Then the Argonauts came out into the open sea, the Black Sea. No Greek had ever crossed it, and even the heroes, for all their courage, feared that dreadful sea and its rocks and shoals and fogs and bitter freezing storms. And they trembled as they saw it stretching out before them without a shore, as far as the eye could see. Wearily they sailed on past the coast of Asia. They passed Sinope and the cities of the Amazons, the warlike women of the East, until at last they saw the white snow peaks hanging glittering sharp and bright above the clouds. And they knew that they were come to Caucasus at the end of all the earth. Caucasus, the highest of all mountains, the father of the rivers of the East. And they rode 3 days to the eastward, while the Caucasus rose higher hour by hour, till they saw the dark stream of Phasis rushing headlong to the sea, and shining above the treetops, the golden roofs of the Child of the Sun. How they reached home no man knows. Some say they sailed up the Danube river and so came to the Adriatic, dragging their ship over the snow-clad Alps. Others say they sailed south to the Red Sea and dragged their ship over the burning desert of North Africa. More than once they gave themselves up for lost, heartbroken with toil and hunger, until the brave helmsman cried to them, "Raise up the mast and set the sail, and face what comes like men." After days and weeks on the wide, wild western sea, they sailed by the coast of Spain and came to Sicily, the three-cornered island, and after numerous adventures they reached home once more. And they limped ashore weary and worn, with long ragged beards and sunburned cheeks, and garments torn and weather-stained. No strength had they left to haul the ship up the beach. They just crawled out and sat down and wept, till they could weep no more. For the houses and trees were all altered, and all the faces which they saw were strange, and their joy was swallowed up in sorrow, while they thought of their youth and all their labor, and the gallant comrades they had lost. And the people crowded round and asked them, "Who are you that sit weeping here?" "We are the sons of your princes, who sailed away many a year ago. We went to fetch the Golden Fleece, and we have brought it back." Then there was shouting and laughing and weeping, and all the kings came to the shore, and they led the heroes away to their homes and bewailed the valiant dead. Old and charming as is the story of the Argonauts, it is made up of travelers' tales, probably told to the Greeks by the Phoenicians of their adventures on unknown seas. The wanderings of Ulysses by the old Greek poet Homer shows us that, though they seldom ventured beyond the Mediterranean Sea, yet the Greeks were dimly conscious of an outer world beyond the recognized limits. They still dreamed that the earth was flat, and that the ocean stream flowed for ever round and round it. There were no maps or charts to guide the intrepid mariners who embarked on unknown waters. The siege of Troy, famous in legend, was over, and the heroes were anxious to make their way home. Ulysses was one of the heroes, and he sailed forth from Asia Minor into the Aegean Sea, but contrary winds drove him as far south as Cape Malea. "Now the Gatherer of the Clouds," he says in telling his story, "aroused the north wind against our ships with a terrible tempest, and covered land and sea alike with clouds, and down sped night from heaven. Thus the ships were driven headlong, and their sails were torn to shreds by the might of the wind. So we lowered the sails into the hold in fear of death, and rowed the ships landward apace." Throughout all ages Cape Malea has been renowned for sudden and violent storms, dreaded by early mariners as well as those of later times. Thence for 9 whole days was I borne by ruinous winds over the teeming deep, but on the 10th day we set foot on the land of the Lotus eaters who eat a flowery food. Now 10 days' sail to the south would have brought Ulysses to the coast of North Africa, and here we imagine the Lotus eaters dwelt. But their stay was short, for as soon as the mariners tasted the honey sweet fruit of the lotus, they forgot their homes, forgot their own land, and only wanted to stay with the mild eyed melancholy Lotus eaters. They set them down upon the yellow sand, between the sun and moon upon the shore, and sweet it was to dream of fatherland, of child and wife and slave, but evermore most weary seemed the sea, weary the oar, weary the wandering fields of barren foam. Then someone said, "We will return no more," and all at once they sang, "Our island home is far beyond the wave, we will no longer roam." Therefore, said Ulysses, I led them back to the ships, weeping and sore against their will, and dragged them beneath the benches. Soon they embarked, and sitting orderly, they smote the grey sea water with their oars. Thence we sailed onward, stricken at heart, and we came to the land of the Cyclopes. No one knows exactly where the land of the Cyclopes is. Some think it may be Sicily and the slopes of Mount Etna facing the sea. The famous rock of Scylla and whirlpool of Charybdis, known to the ancients as two sea monsters, near the Straits of Messina, next claimed his attention. Let us see how Ulysses passed them. "We began to sail up the narrow strait," he says lamenting, "for on the one side lay Scylla, and on the other mighty Charybdis sucking down the salt sea water. Like a cauldron on a great fire she would seethe up through all her troubled deeps, and overhead the spray fell on the top of either cliff, the rock around roared horribly, and pale fear gat hold of my men. Toward her, then, we looked, fearing destruction, but Scylla meanwhile caught from out my hollow ship 6 of my company. They cried aloud in their agony, and there she devoured them, shrieking at her gates, they stretching forth their hands to me in their death struggles. And the most pitiful thing was this, that mine eyes have seen of all my travail in searching out the paths of the sea." Some have thought that the terrifying stories of Scylla, Charybdis, and the Cyclopes were stories invented by the Phoenicians to frighten travelers of other nations away from the sea that they wished to keep for themselves for purposes of trade. It would take too long to tell of the great storm that destroyed the ships and drowned the men, leaving Ulysses to make a raft on which he drifted about for 9 days, blown back to Scylla and Charybdis, and from thence to the island of Ogygia, in the centre of the sea. Finally he reached his home in Ithaca, so changed, so aged and weather worn, that only his dog Argus recognized him. This, very briefly, is Homer's world picture of a bygone age, when those who were seized with the thirst for travel sailed about the Mediterranean in their primitive ships, landing on unnamed coasts, cruising about unknown islands, meeting strange people, encountering strange adventures. It all reads like an old fairy tale to us today, for we have our maps and charts and know the whereabouts of every country and island about the tideless Mediterranean. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 3 Is the World Flat? Still, although the men of ancient time were learning fast about the land and sea, they were woefully ignorant. Hesiod, a Greek poet, who lived 750 years before the Christian era, declared that the world was flat, and the ocean stream, or the perfect river as he called it, flowed round and round, encompassing all things. Still, there was something beyond the water, something dim, mysterious, unknowable. It might be the islands of the blessed, it might be the sacred isle. One thing he asserted firmly: Atlas upholds the broad heaven, standing on earth's verge with head and unwearied hands, while the clear-voiced Hesperides guarded their beautiful golden apples beyond the waters of ocean. Hesperus and his daughters three, that sung about the golden tree. But who thinks now of the weary Titan, doomed forever to support the ancient world on his head and hands, when the Atlas of today is brought forth for a lesson in geography? About this time comes a story, it may be fact or it may be fiction, that the Phoenicians had sailed right round Africa. The voyage was arranged by Necho, an enterprising Egyptian king, who built his ships in the Red Sea in the year 613 B.C. The story is told by Herodotus, the Greek traveller, many years afterwards. Libya, he says, is known to be washed on all sides by the sea, except where it is attached to Asia. This discovery was first made by Necho, the Egyptian king, who sent a number of ships manned by Phoenicians with orders to make for the Pillars of Hercules, now known as the Straits of Gibraltar, and return to Egypt through them and by the Mediterranean Sea. The Phoenicians took their departure from Egypt by way of the Erythraean Sea, and so sailed into the Southern Ocean. When autumn came, it is supposed they left the Red Sea in August, they went ashore, wherever that might happen to be, and having sown a tract of land with corn, waited until the grain was fit to cut. Having reaped it, they set sail, and thus it came to pass that 2 whole years went by, and it was not till the 3rd year that they doubled the Pillars of Hercules and made good their voyage home. On their return they declared, "I for my part," says Herodotus, "do not believe them, but perhaps others may," that in sailing round Libya they had the sun upon their right hand. In this way was the extent of Libya first discovered. To modern students who have learned more of Phoenician enterprise, the story does not seem so incredible as it did to Herodotus, and a modern poet, Edwin Arnold, has dreamed into a verse a delightful account of what this voyage may have been like. Ithobal of Tyre, chief captain of the seas, standing before Necho, pharaoh and king, ruler of Nile and its lands, relates the story of his 2 years' voyage, of the strange things he saw, of the hardships he endured, of the triumphant end. He tells how, with the help of mechanics from Tarshish, Tyre, and Sidon, he built 3 goodly ships, Ocean's children, in a windless creek on the Red Sea; how he loaded them with cloth and beads, the wares wild people love, food flour for the ship, cakes, honey, oil, pulse, meal, dried fish and rice, and salted goods. Then the start was made down the Red Sea, until at last the great ocean opened east and south to the unknown world, and into the great nameless sea, by the coast of the large land whence none has come, they sailed. Ithobal had undertaken no light task. Contrary winds, mutiny on board, want of fresh water, all the hardships that confront the mariner who pilots his cruise in search of the unknown. Strange tribes met them on the coast and asked them whither they went. "We go as far as the sun goes, as far as the sea rolls, as far as the stars shine still in sky, to find for mighty Pharaoh what his world holds hidden." South and ever south they sailed, day after day and night succeeding night, close clinging to the shore. New stars appeared, lower and lower sank the sun, moons rose and waned, and still the coast stretched southwards till they reached a Cape of Storms, and found the coast was turning north. and now occurred that strange phenomenon mentioned by Herodotus, that while sailing westwards the sun was on their right hand. No man had seen that thing in Syria or in Egypt. A year and a half had now passed away since they left home, but onward to the north they now made their way, past the mouth of the Golden Waters (Orange River), past the Niger, past the island of gorillas described by Hanno, who explored the west coast under Necho either before or after this time, until at last the little Phoenician ships sailed peacefully into the Mediterranean Sea. Here is the ocean gate, here is the strait, twice before seen, where goes the Middle Sea. Unto the setting sun and the unknown, no more unknown, Ithobald's ships have sailed around all Africa. Our task is done. These are the pillars, this the Midland Sea. The road to Tyre is yonder, every wave is homely. Yonder shore old Nilus pours into this sea the waters of the world, whose secret is his own and thine and mine. It will ever remain one of the many disputed points in early geography whether or not Africa was circumnavigated at this early date. If the Phoenicians did accomplish such a feat, they kept their experiences as secret as usual, and the early maps gave a very wrong idea of South Africa. On the other hand, we know they had good seaworthy ships in advance of their neighbors. "I remember," says Xenophon, "I once went aboard a Phoenician ship, where I observed the best example of good order that I ever met with, and especially it was surprising to observe the vast numbers of implements which were necessary for the management of such a small vessel. What numbers of oars, stretchers, ship hooks, and spikes were there for bringing the ship in and out of the harbor! What number of shrouds, cables, ropes, and other tackling for the ship! What a vast quantity of provisions were there for the sustenance and support of the sailors! Captain and sailors knew where everything was stowed away on board, and, while the captain stood upon the deck, he was considering with himself what things might be wanting in his voyage, what things wanted repair, and what length of time his provisions would last. For, as he observed to me, it is no proper time, when the storm comes upon us, to have the necessary implements to seek, or to be out of repair, or to want them on board; for the gods are never favorable to those who are negligent or lazy, and it is their goodness that they do not destroy us when we are diligent." There is an old story which says that one day the Greeks captured a Phoenician ship and copied it. However this may be, the Greeks soon became great colonizers themselves, and we have to thank a Greek philosopher living in Miletus, on the coast of Asia Minor, for making the first map of the ancient world. Of course, the Babylonians and Egyptians had made maps thousands of years before this, but this Greek, Anaximander, introduced the idea of map making to the astonished world about the year 580 B.C. What was the map like? It was a bronze tablet whereupon the whole circuit of the earth was engraved with all its seas and rivers. This is all we know, but this map making Greek was famous for another idea in advance of his time. He used to study the heavens and the earth, and after much study he made up his mind that the earth was round and not flat. He taught that the world hung free in the midst of the universe, or rather in the midst of the waters. The center of the earth was at Delphi. In the world of legend there was a reason for this. Two eagles had been let loose, one from the eastern extremity of the world, the other from the west, and they met at Delphi. Hence it was assumed that Delphi was at the center of the world. And Delphi at this time was such a wonderful city. On the slopes of Mount Parnassus it stood high on a rock. On the heights stood the temple of Apollo with its immense riches, its golden statue of the great god, and its ever smoking fire of wood. In the same way, in those days of imperfect geography, as we hear of Delphi being the center of the Greek world, so we hear of Jerusalem being considered the central point of the world. "This is your Jerusalem," says Ezekiel, "in the midst of the nations and countries that are round about her." In the Mappa Mundi (13th century), in Hereford Cathedral, Jerusalem is still the center of the earth. Following close on these ideas came another. It too came from Miletus, now famous for its school of thought and its searchers after truth. "A Tour of the World" is the grand sounding title of the work of Hecataeus, who wrote it about 500 years B.C. It contains an account of the coast and islands of the Mediterranean Sea, and an outline of all the lands the Greeks thought they knew. In the fragments that have come down to us, the famous old geographer divides both his work and the world into two parts. One part he calls Europe, the other Asia, in which he includes Africa bounded by the river Nile. He held that these two parts were equal. They were divided from one another by the Mediterranean Sea, the Black Sea, and the Caspian Sea, while round the whole flat world still flowed the everlasting ocean stream. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 4 Herodotus the Traveler. The greatest traveler of olden times now comes upon the scene, Herodotus, the Greek, the father of history. He is a traveler as well as a writer. He has journeyed as one eager for knowledge, with a hungry heart and a keen, observant eye. He tells us what he has seen with his eyes, what he has heard with his ears. He insists that the world is flat. He acknowledges that it is divided into two parts, Europe and Asia, but he can afford to laugh at those who draw maps of the world without any sense to guide them, in which they make the whole world round as if drawn with a pair of compasses, with the ocean stream running round it, making Europe and Asia of equal size. His first journey is to Egypt. "I speak at length about Egypt," he says, "because it contains more marvelous things than any other country, things too strange for words. Not only is the climate different from that of the rest of the world, and the rivers unlike any other rivers, but the people also, in most of their manners and customs, reverse the common practice of mankind. The women are employed in trade and business, while the men stay at home to spin and weave. Other nations in weaving throw the woof up the warp, but an Egyptian throws it down. In other countries, sons are constrained to make provision for their parents. In Egypt it is not only the sons, but the daughters. In other countries the priests have long hair. In Egypt their heads are shaven. Other nations fasten their ropes and hooks to the outside of their sails, but the Egyptians to the inside. The Greeks write and read from left to right, but the Egyptians from right to left. After sailing for some 700 miles up the river Nile from the coast, past Heliopolis, the once famous city of ancient Egypt, past Memphis, the old capital, past Thebes with its 100 gates, to Elephantine, the ivory island, opposite to what is now Assuan, he is more than ever puzzled about its course and the reason of its periodical floods. Concerning the nature of the river, I was not able to gain any information from the priests. I was particularly anxious to learn from them why the Nile, at the commencement of the summer solstice, begins to rise and continues to increase for 100 days, and why, as soon as that number is passed, it forthwith retires and contracts its stream, continuing low during the whole of the winter until the summer solstice comes round again. On none of these points could I obtain any explanation from the inhabitants, though I made every inquiry. The sources of the Nile entirely baffled Herodotus, as they baffled many another later explorer long years after he had passed away. Of the sources of the Nile no one can give any account, since the country through which it passes is desert and without inhabitants. He explains, his thirst for knowledge unsatisfied. Some priest volunteers this explanation. On the frontiers of Egypt are two high mountain peaks called Krophi and Mophi. In an unfathomable abyss between the two rose the Nile. But Herodotus does not believe in Krophi and Mophi. He inclines to the idea that the Nile rises away in the west and flows eastward right across Libya. He travelled a little about Libya himself, little realizing the size of the great continent of Africa through which he passed. Many a strange tale of these unknown parts did he relate to his people at home. He had seen the tallest and handsomest race of men in the world, who lived to the age of 120 years. Gold was so abundant that it was used even for the prisoners' chains. He had seen folks who lived on meat and milk only, never having seen bread or wine. Some 30 days' journey from the land of the Lotus eaters, he had found tribes who hunted with 4-horse chariots, and whose oxen walked backwards as they grazed, because their horns curve outwards in front of their heads, and if they moved forward, these horns would stick in the ground. Right across the desolate sandy desert of the north, Herodotus seems to have made his way. The region of the wild beasts must have been truly perilous, for this is the tract, he says, in which huge serpents are found, and the lions, the elephants, the bears, and the horned asses. He also tells us of antelopes, gazelles, asses, foxes, wild sheep, jackals, and panthers. There is no end to the quaint sights he records. Here is a tribe whose wives drive the chariots to battle, here another, who paint themselves red and eat honey and monkeys, another, who grow their hair long on the right side of their heads and shave it close on the left. Back through Egypt to Syria went our observant traveller, visiting the famous seaport of Tyre on the way. I visited the temple of Hercules at that place, and found two pillars, one of pure gold, the other of emerald, shining with great brilliancy at night. That temple was already 2,300 years old. Herodotus makes some astounding statements about various parts of the world. He asserts that a good walker could walk across Asia Minor from north to south in 5 days, a distance we now know to be 300 miles. He tells us that the Danube rises in the Pyrenees Mountains and flows right through Europe till it empties its waters into the Black Sea, giving us a long and detailed account of a country he calls Scythia, Russia, with many rivers flowing into the same Black Sea. But here we must leave the old traveller and picture him reading aloud to his delighted hearers his account of his discoveries and explorations, discussing with the learned Greeks of the day the size and wonders of the world as they imagined it. News travelled slowly in these bygone days, and we know the Phoenicians were very fond of keeping their discoveries secret, but it seems strange to think that Herodotus never seems to have heard the story of Hanno the Carthaginian, who coasted along the west of North Africa, being the first explorer to reach the place we know as Sierra Leone. Hanno's Periplus, or the Coasting Survey of Hanno, is one of the few Phoenician documents that has lived through the long ages. In it the commander of the expedition himself tells his own story. With an idea of colonizing he left Carthage, the most famous of the Phoenician colonies, with 60 ships containing an enormous number of men and women. When we had set sail, says Hanno shortly, and passed the Pillars of Hercules after 2 days' voyage, we founded the first city. Below this city lay a great plain. Sailing thence westward we came to a promontory of Libya thickly covered with trees. Here we built a temple to the sea god, and proceeded thence half a day's journey eastward, till we reached a lake lying not far from the sea, and filled with abundance of great reeds. Here were feeding elephants and a great number of other wild animals. After we had gone a day's sail beyond the lakes, we founded cities near to the sea. Making friends with the tribes along the coast, they reached the Senegal River. Here they fell in with savage men clothed with the skins of beasts, who pelted them with stones so that they could not land. Past Cape Verde they reached the mouth of the Gambia, great and broad and full of crocodiles and river horses, and thence coasted 12 days to the south, and again 5 days to the south, which brought them to Sierra Leone, the Lion Mountain, as it was called long years after by the Portuguese. Here Hanno and his party landed, but as night approached they saw flames issuing from the island, and heard the sound of flutes and cymbals and drums, and the noise of confused shouts. Great fear then came upon us. We sailed therefore quickly thence, much terrified, and passing on for 4 days, found at night a country full of fire. In the middle was a lofty fire, greater than all the rest, so that it seemed to touch the stars. When day came on, we found that this was a great mountain which they called the Chariot of the Gods. They had a last adventure before they turned homeward at what they called the Isle of Gorillas. Here they found a savage people, gorillas, whom they pursued, but were unable to catch. At last they managed to catch 3. But when these, biting and tearing those that led them, would not follow us, we slew them and, flaying off their skins, carried them to Carthage. Then abruptly this quaint account of the only Phoenician voyage on record stops. Further, says the commander, we did not sail, for our food failed us. Further knowledge of the world was now supplied by the Greeks, who were rapidly asserting themselves and settling round the coast of the Mediterranean, as the Phoenicians had done before them. As in more ancient days Babylonians and Egyptians had dominated the little world, so now the power was shifting to the Greeks and Persians. The rise of Persia does not rightly belong to this story, which is not one of conquest and annexation, but of discovery, so we must content ourselves by stating the fact that Persia had become a very important country with no less than 56 subject states paying tribute to her, including the land of Egypt. Efforts to include Greece had failed. In the year 401 BC, one Artaxerxes sat on the throne of Persia, the mighty empire which extended eastwards beyond the knowledge of Greeks or Phoenicians, even to the unknown regions of the Indus. He had reigned for many years, when Cyrus, his brother, a dashing young prince, attempted to seize the throne. Collecting a huge army, including the famous 10,000 Greeks, he led them by way of Phrygia, Cilicia, and along the banks of the Euphrates to within 50 miles of the gates of Babylon. The journey took nearly 5 months, a distance of 1,700 miles through recognized tracks. Here a battle was fought and Cyrus was slain. It was midwinter when the 10,000 Greeks, who had followed their leader so loyally through the plains of Asia Minor, found themselves friendless and in great danger in the very heart of the enemy's country. Now Xenophon, a mere Greek volunteer, who had accompanied the army from the shores of Asia Minor, rose up and offered to lead his countrymen back to Greece, is a matter of history. It would take too long to tell in detail how they marched northward through the Assyrian plains, past the neighborhood of Nineveh, till they reached the mountain regions which were known to be inhabited by fierce fighters, unconquered even by the powerful Persians. Up to this time their line of retreat had followed the royal road of merchants and caravans. Their only chance of safety lay in striking north into the mountains inhabited by this warlike tribe, who had held out amid their wild and rugged country against the Persians themselves. They now opposed the Greeks with all their might, and it took 7 days of continuous fighting to reach the valley which lay between them and the high tableland of Armenia. They crossed the Tigris near its source, and a little farther on they also crossed the Euphrates, not far from its source, so they were informed by the Armenians. They now found themselves some 5 or 6 thousand feet above sea level, and in the midst of a bitter Armenian winter. Snow fell heavily, covering all tracks, and day after day a cold northeast wind, whose bitter blast was torture, increased their sufferings as they ploughed their way on and on through such depths of snow as they had never seen before. Many died of cold and hunger, many fell grievously sick, and others suffered from snow blindness and frostbite. But Xenophon led his army on, making his notes of the country through which they were toiling, measuring distances by the day's march, and at last one day when the soldiers were climbing a steep mountain, a cry, growing louder and more joyous every moment, rent the air: "Thalassa! Thalassa! The sea! The sea!" True enough, on the distant horizon, glittering in the sunlight, was a narrow silver streak of sea, the Black Sea, the goal of all their hopes. The long struggle of 5 months was over; they could sail home now along the shores of the Black Sea; they had reached the coast near the spot Colchis, where the Argonauts landed to win the Golden Fleece long centuries before. In a work known as the Anabasis, Xenophon wrote the adventures of the 10,000 Greeks, and no geographical explorer ever recorded his travels through unknown countries more faithfully than did the Greek leader of 2,300 years ago. Chapter 5 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 5 Alexander the Great Explores India. Still greater light was shed on the size of the world by Alexander the Great on his famous expedition to India, by which he almost doubled the area of the world known to the people of his time. It was just 60 years after Xenophon had made his way right across Asia to the shores of Black Sea when Alexander resolved to break, if possible, the power of the Persians. The great Persian Empire extended from the shores of the Mediterranean right away to the east, far beyond the knowledge of the Greeks. Indeed, their knowledge of the interior of Asia was very imperfect, and Alexander's expedition was rather that of an explorer than that of the conqueror. How he overthrew the Persians and subdued an area as large as Europe in the space of 12 years reads like a romance rather than fact, and it is not for us to tell the story in detail. Rather let us take up the story after Alexander had fought and conquered the Persians twice, besieged Tyre, taken the Phoenician fleet, occupied Egypt, marched across the desert and crossed the Euphrates, passed over the plain and followed the Tigris to near Nineveh, where he crossed that river too, fought another famous battle over the Persians, which decided the fate of king and monarchy, and opened to him the capitals of Babylon and Susa, wherein the immense treasures of the Persian Empire were stored. King of all Asia, he sat on the throne of the Persian kings, under a golden canopy in the palace of Persepolis. So far the whole expedition was over country known, if imperfectly, to the Greeks. Now we have to follow the conquering hero more closely as he leads us into an unknown land away to the east, known as the farthest region of the inhabited world towards the east, beyond which lies the endless sandy desert void of inhabitants. And all the while the great land of India lay beyond, and beyond again was China, and away far over the ocean sea lay America, and they knew it not. Alexander was a young man yet, only 26. It was 4 years since he had left Europe, and in that short time he had done wonders. He had conquered the whole eastern half of the Persian Empire. Now he resolutely turned his face to the unknown East, and started forth on an expedition of exploration. Following the main highway from Media, which today leads from Teheran, capital of modern Persia, into the land of the Turkomans and the borders of Russia, he found himself between the great salt desert and the mountains which today mark the frontier of Persia. Suddenly, to his great surprise, the Caspian Sea came into sight. It seemed about the same size as the Black Sea, and he concluded it was connected with the Sea of Azov, though the men of his day were certain enough that it was the most northern of four great gulfs connected with the outer ocean which flowed round the world. Onwards towards the east he marched with his great army. To conciliate the tribes through which he passed he adopted Persian dress. This annoyed his Greek countrymen, but, as they admired his other virtues, they thought he might be suffered to please himself a little and enjoy his vanity. Arrived at the modern boundary between Persia, Afghanistan, and Russia, he and his men pushed on across Afghanistan by the caravan route that had long existed from the shores of the Caspian by modern Herat, Kandahar, which still bears the conqueror's name, and Kabul to India. Their way lay through deep snow, deeper than they had ever seen before, and by the time they had reached the mountains of Kabul it was midwinter. Between Alexander and India still lay the lofty range of the Hindu Kush or Indian Caucasus. But before going south toward India, he turned northwards to explore the unknown country which lay about the river Oxus. They found the Oxus a mighty stream swollen with melting snows. There were no boats and no wood to build them, so Alexander pioneered his men across in life preservers made out of their leather tent coverings and stuffed with straw. This river impressed the Greeks even more than the Euphrates and Tigris, as it impressed many an explorer and poet since these early days. Let us recall Matthew Arnold's famous description of the Oxus, now seen for the first time by the Greeks. But the majestic river floated on, out of the midst and hum of that low land. Into the frosty starlight he flowed, right for the Fuller's Star past Orgunj, brimming and bright and large. Then sands begin to hem his watery march and dam his streams, and split his currents, that for many a league the shorn and parcelled Oxus strains along, through beds of sand and matted rushy isles. Oxus, forgetting the bright speed he had in his high mountain cradle in Pamere, a foiled circuitous wanderer, till at last the longed for dash of waves is heard, and wide his luminous home of water opens, bright and tranquil, from whose floor the new-bathed stars emerge and shine upon the Aral Sea. Here in this valley the Greeks met more determined opposition than they had yet encountered since entering Asia, and over 2 years were occupied in reducing this single district, now Bokhara and Turkestan, to submission, though it was only some 350 miles square, and in one single year Alexander had conquered a kingdom over 1,000 miles in width. It was not till the spring of 827 B.C. that he was ready to cross the Hindu Kush and begin the great expedition into India. The night before the start Alexander discovered that his troops were now so heavily laden with spoils that they were quite unfit for the long march. So, in the early morning, when they were all ready to start, he suddenly set fire to his own baggage, and giving orders that all his men were to do the same, the army started for the passes of the lofty mountain range. And, as a troop of peddlers from Kabul cross underneath the Indian Caucasus, the vast sky neighboring mountain of milk snow, crossing so high that, as they mount they pass, long flocks of travelling birds dead on the snow, choked by the air, and scarce can they themselves slake their parched throats with sugared mulberries. In single file they move, and stop their breath, for fear they should dislodge the overhanging snows. The banks of the river of Kabul were reached at last. Sending part of the army by the now famous Khyber Pass toward the Indus, Alexander himself undertook to subdue the mountain tribes and get control of the Chitral passes. The shepherds of the region opposed him vigorously, but swiftly and pitilessly the King of Asia sacked their peaceful homes, and city after city fell to him as he advanced towards the boundaries of Kashmir. At last the valley of the Indus was reached. A bridge of boats was hastily thrown over, and Alexander and his army passed to the other side. Porus, the ruler of the country between the Indus and the river Hydaspes (Jhelum), sent presents of welcome to the invader, including 3,000 animals for sacrifice, 10,000 sheep, 30 elephants, 200 talents of silver, and 700 horsemen. The new king was also greeted with presents of ivory and precious stones. Even from far Kashmir came greetings to Alexander, whose fame was spreading rapidly. He now entered the Punjab, the land of the five rivers. But on the other side of the river Hydaspes a different reception awaited him. There the king Porus had assembled a sturdy, well disciplined troop to dispute the passage of the river which separated the new king of Asia from his territory. But under cover of a mighty thunderstorm Alexander contrived to cross, though the river was rushing down yellow and fierce after the rains. Secretly the Greeks put together their 30 oared galleys, hidden in a wood, and utterly surprised Porus by landing on the other side. In their strange wanderings the Greeks had fought under varying conditions, but they had never faced elephants before. Nevertheless, they brilliantly repulsed an onslaught of these animals, who slowly retreated, facing the foe like ships backing water and merely uttering a shrill piping sound. Despite the elephants, the old story was repeated: civilized arms triumphed over barbarians, and the army of Porus was annihilated, his chariots shattered, and 33,000 men slain. The kingdom beyond the Hydaspes was now Alexander's. Ordering a great fleet of rafts and boats to be built for his proposed voyage to the mouth of the Indus, he pushed on to complete the conquest of the five stream land, or the Punjab, the last province of the great Persian Empire. This was India, all that was known at this time. The India of the Ganges valley was beyond the knowledge of the Western world, the Ganges itself unknown to the Persians. And Alexander saw no reason to change his mind. The Great Sea surrounds the whole earth, he stoutly maintained. But when he reached the eastern limit of the Punjab and heard that beyond lay a fertile land, where the inhabitants were skilled in agriculture, where there were elephants in yet greater abundance, and men were superior in stature and courage, the world stretched out before him in an unexpected direction, and he longed to explore farther, to conquer new and utterly unknown worlds. But at last his men struck. They were weary, some were wounded, some were ill. 70 days of incessant rain had taken the heart out of them. "I am not ignorant, soldiers," said Alexander to the hesitating troops, "that during the last few days the natives of this country have been spreading all sorts of rumors to work upon your fears. The Persians in this way sought to terrify you with the gates of Cilicia, with the plains of Mesopotamia, with the Tigris and Euphrates, and yet this river you crossed by a ford, and that by means of a bridge. By my troth, We had long ago fled from Asia could fables have been able to scare us. We are not standing on the threshold of our enterprise, but at the very close. We have already reached the sunrise and the ocean, and unless your sloth and cowardice prevent, we shall thence return in triumph to our native land, having conquered the earth to its remotest bounds. I beseech you that ye desert not your king just at the very moment when he is approaching the limits of the inhabited world." But the soldiers, with their heads bent earthwards, stood in silence. It was not that they would not follow him beyond the sunset. They could not. Their tears began to flow, sobs reached the ears of Alexander, his anger turned to pity, and he wept with his men. "Oh, sir," at last cried one of his men, "we have done and suffered up to the full measure of the capacity of mortal nature. We have traversed seas and lands, and know them better than do the inhabitants themselves. We are standing now almost on the earth's utmost verge, and yet you are preparing to go in quest of an India unknown even to the Indians themselves. You would fain root out, from their hidden recesses and dens, a race of men that herd with snakes and wild beasts, so that you may traverse as a conqueror more regions than the sun surveys. But while your courage will be ever growing, our vigor is fast waning to its end. See how bloodless be our bodies, pierced with how many wounds and gashed with how many scars. Our weapons are blunt, our armor worn out. We have been driven to assume the Persian dress. Which of us has a horse? We have conquered all the world, but are ourselves destitute of all things." The conqueror was at last conquered. The order to turn back was reluctantly given by the disappointed king and leader. It was received with shouts of joy from the mixed multitudes of his followers, and the expedition faced for home. Back they marched through the new lands where no less than 2,000 cities had owned his sway, till they came to the banks of the river where the ships were building. 2,000 boats were ready, including 80 30-oared galleys. It was now September 326 B.C. Nearchus from Crete was made admiral of the new fleet, which at dawn one October morning pushed out upon the river Hydaspes and set sail downstream towards the unknown sea, Alexander standing proudly on the prow of the royal galley. The trumpets rang out, the oars moved, and the strange argosy, such as had never been seen before in these parts, made its way down the unknown river to the unknown sea. Natives swarmed to the banks of the river to wonder at the strange sight, marveling specially to see horses as passengers on board. The greater part of the army followed the ships on land, marching along the shores. At last the waters of the Hydaspes mingled with those of the Indus, and onwards down this great river floated the Persian fleet. Alexander had no pilots, no local knowledge of the country, but with his unquenchable ambition to see the ocean and reach the boundaries of the world, he sailed on, ignorant of everything on the way they had to pass. In vain they asked the natives assembled on the banks how far distant was the sea. They had never heard of the sea. At last they found a tide mixing its salt waters with the fresh. Soon a flood tide burst upon them, forcing back the current of the river and scattering the fleet. The sailors of the Mediterranean knew nothing of the rise and fall of tides. They were in a state of panic and consternation. Some tried to push off their ships with long poles, others tried to row against the incoming tide. Prows were dashed against poops, oars were broken, sterns were bumped, until at last the sea had flowed over all the level land near the river mouth. Suddenly a new danger appeared. The tide turned and the sea began to recede. Further misfortunes now befell the ships. Many were left high and dry. Most of them were damaged in some way or another. Alexander sent horsemen to the seashore with instructions to watch for the return of the tide and to ride back in haste so that the fleet might be prepared. Thus they got safely out to sea on the next high tide. Alexander's explorations were now at the end. Leaving Nearchus to explore the seacoast at the mouth of the Indus, he left the spot near where the town of Hyderabad now stands, and turned his face toward the home he was never to reach. We must not linger over his terrible coast journey through the scorching desert of Beloochistan, the billows of sand, the glare of the barren sea, the awful thirst, the long hungry marches of 40 miles a day under the burning eastern sun. Our story is one of discovery, and we must turn to Nearchus, admiral of the fleet, left behind at the mouth of the Indus to explore the coast of the Persian Gulf, where he was to meet Alexander if possible. Shortly after the fleet had emerged from the mouth of the Indus, a violent southwest monsoon began to blow and Nearchus was obliged to seek shelter in a harbor which he called the port of Alexander, but which today is known as Karachi, the most western seaport of India. The waters of the Indian Ocean were quite unknown to the Greeks, and they could only coast along in sight of land, anchoring at different points for the men to land and get water and food. Past the wild barren shores of Beloochistan they made their way. The natives subsisted on fish entirely even as they do today, even their huts being made of fish bones and their bread of pounded fish. They had but one adventure in their 5 months' cruise to the Persian Gulf, but we have a graphic account of how the terrified Greeks met a shoal of whales and how they frightened the whales away. Here is the story. One day towards daybreak they suddenly saw water spouting up from the sea, as if being violently carried upwards by whirlwinds. The sailors, feeling very frightened, asked their native guides what it meant. The natives replied that it was caused by whales blowing the water up into the air. At this explanation the Greek sailors were panic stricken and dropped the oars from their hands. Nearchus saw that something must be done at once. So he bade the men draw up their ships in line as if for battle and row forward side by side towards the whales, shouting and splashing with their oars. At a given signal they duly advanced, and when they came near the sea monsters they shouted with all their might, and blew their trumpets, and made all possible noise with their oars. On hearing which, says the old story, the whales took fright and plunged into the depths, but not long after came to the surface again close to the sterns of the vessels, and once more spouted great jets of water. Then the sailors shouted aloud at their happy and unlooked for escape, and Nearchus was cheered as the savior of the fleet. It is not uncommon today for steamers bound from Aden to Bombay to encounter what is called a shoal of whales, similar to those which alarmed the fleet of Nearchus in the year 323 B.C. The expedition was completely successful, and Nearchus pioneered his fleet to the mouth of the Euphrates. But the death of Alexander the Great and the confusion that followed set back the advance of geographical discovery in this direction for some time. Alexandria, one of the many towns founded by Alexander, had become the world center of the learned from Europe, Asia, and Africa. Its position was unrivalled. Situated at the mouth of the Nile, it commanded the Mediterranean Sea, while by the means of the Red Sea it held easy communication with India and Arabia. When Egypt had come under the sway of Alexander, he had made one of his generals ruler over that country, and men of intellect collected there to study and to write. A library was started, and a Greek, Eratosthenes, held the post of librarian at Alexandria for 40 years, namely from 240 till 190 B.C. During this period he made a collection of all the travels and books of earth's description, the first the world had ever known, and stored them in the great library of which he must have felt so justly proud. But Eratosthenes did more than this. He was the originator of scientific geography. He realized that no maps could be properly laid down till something was known of the size and shape of the earth. By this time all men of science had ceased to believe that the world was flat; they thought of it as a perfect round, but fixed at the center in space. Many had guessed at the size of the earth. Some said it was 40,000 miles round. But Eratosthenes was not content with guessing. He studied the length of the shadow thrown by the sun at Alexandria, and compared it with that thrown by the sun at Syene, near the first cataract of the Nile, some 500 miles distant, and, as he thought, in the same longitude. The differences in the length of these two shadows he calculated would represent 1/50th of the circumference of the earth, which would accordingly be 20,000 miles. There was no one to tell him whether he had calculated right or wrong, but we know today that he was wonderfully right. But he must know more. He must find out how much of this earth was habitable. To the north and south of the known countries men declared it was too hot or too cold to live. So he decided that from north to south, that is, from the land of Thule to the land of Punt, Somaliland, the habitable earth stretched for some 3,800 miles, while from east to west, that is, from the Pillars of Hercules, Straits of Gibraltar to India, would be some 8,000 miles. All the rest was ocean. Ignoring the division of the world into three continents, he divided it into two, north and south, divided by the Mediterranean and by a long range of mountains intersecting the whole of Asia. Then the famous librarian drew a map of the world for his library at Alexandria, but it has perished with all the rest of the valuable treasure collected in this once celebrated city. We know that he must have made a great many mistakes in drawing a map of his little island world, which measured 8,000 miles by 3,800 miles. It must have been quaintly arranged. The Caspian Sea was connected with the Northern Ocean, the Danube sent a tributary to the Adriatic, there was no Bay of Biscay, the British Isles lay in the wrong direction, Africa was not half its right size. The Ganges flowed into the Eastern Ocean, Ceylon was a huge island stretching east and west, while across the whole of Asia a mountain chain stretched in one long unbroken line. And yet, with all his errors, he was nearer the truth than men 3 centuries later. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M. B. Synge. Chapter 6 Pytheas Finds the British Isles. For some centuries past men had been pushing eastward, and to west vast lands lay unexplored, undreamed of, amongst them a little far off island set in a silver sea. Pytheas was the first explorer to bring the world news of the British Isles. About the time that Alexander was making his way eastward through Persia, Pytheas was leaving the Greek colony of Marseilles from the west and north. The Phoenicians, with their headquarters at Carthage, had complete command of the mineral trade of Spain, the Mexico of the ancient world. They knew where to find the gold and silver from the rivers; indeed, they said that the coast, from the Tagus to the Pyrenees, was stuffed with mines of gold and silver and tin. The Greeks were now determined to see for themselves. The men of Carthage should no longer have it all their own way. Where were these tin islands kept so secret by the master mariners of the ancient world? A committee of merchants met at Marseilles and engaged the services of Pytheas, a great mathematician, and one who made a study of the effect of the moon on the tides. All sorts of vague rumors had reached the ears of Pytheas about the northern regions he was about to visit. He would discover the homes of the tin and amber merchants, he would find the people who lived at the back of the north wind, he would reach a land of perpetual sunshine, where swans sang like nightingales, and life was one unending banquet. So Pytheas, the mathematician of Marseilles, started off on his northern trip. Unfortunately, his diary and book called The Circuit of the Earth have perished, and our story of geographical discovery is the poorer. But these facts have survived. The ships first touched at Cadiz, the Tyre of the West, a famous port in those days, where Phoenician merchants lived, careless and secure and rich. This was the limit of Greek geographical knowledge. Here were the Pillars of Hercules, beyond which all was dim and mysterious and interesting. 5 days' sail, that is to say, some 300 miles along the coast of Spain, brought Pytheas to Cape St. Vincent. He thought he was navigating the swift ocean river flowing around the world. He was, therefore, surprised to find, as he rounded the cape, that the current had ceased, or, in his own words, the ebb came to an end. 3 days more and they were at the mouth of the Tagus. Near this part of the coast lay the Tin Islands, according to Greek ideas, though even today their exact locality is uncertain. Pytheas must have heard the old tradition that the Cassiterides were 10 in number and lay near each other in the ocean, that they were inhabited by people who wore black cloaks and long tunics reaching to the feet, that they walked with long staves and subsisted by their cattle. They led a wandering life; they bartered hides, tin, and lead with the merchants in exchange for pottery, salt, and implements of bronze. That these islands had already been visited by Himilco the Carthaginian seems fairly certain. He had started from Cadiz for the north when Hanno started for the south. From the Tin Islands his fleet had ventured forth into the open sea. Thick fogs had hidden the sun and the ships were driven south before a north wind till they reached, though they did not know it, the Sargasso Sea, famous for its vast plains of seaweed, through which it was difficult to push the ships. Sea animals, he tells us, crept upon the tangled weed. It has been thought that with a little good fortune Himilco might have discovered America 2000 years before the birth of Columbus. But Himilco returned home by the Azores, or Fortunate Islands, as they were called. Leaving the Tin Islands, Pytheas voyaged on the Cape Finisterre, landing on the island of Ushant, where he found a temple served by women priests, who kept up a perpetual fire in honor of their god. Thence Pytheas sailed prosperously on up to the English Channel, till he struck the coast of Kent. Britain, he announced, was several days' journey from Ushant, and about 170 miles to the north. He sailed round part of the coast, making notes of distances, but these are curiously exaggerated. This was not unnatural, for the only method of determining distance was roughly based on the number of miles that a ship could go in an hour along the shore. Measuring in this primitive fashion, Pytheas assures us that Britain is a continent of enormous size, and that he has discovered a new world. It is, he says, three-cornered in shape, something like the head of a battle axe. The south side, lying opposite the coast of France, is 835 miles in length, the eastern coast is 1665 miles, the western 2222. Indeed, the whole country was thought to be over 4000 miles in circumference. These calculations must have been very upsetting to the old geographers of that age, because up to this time they had decided that the whole world was only 3400 miles long and 6800 broad. He tells us that he made journeys into the interior of Britain, that the inhabitants drink mead, and that there is an abundance of wheat in the fields. The natives, he says, collect the sheaves in great barns and thrash out the corn there, because they have so little sunshine that an open thrashing place would be of little use in that land of clouds and rain. He seems to have voyaged north as far as the Shetland Islands, but he never saw Ireland. Having returned from the north of the Thames, Pytheas crossed the North Sea to the mouth of the Rhine, a passage which took about 2½ days. He gives a pitiable account of the people living on the Dutch coast, and their perpetual struggle with the sea. The natives had not learned the art of making dikes and embankments. A high tide with a wind setting toward the shore would sweep over the low-lying country and swamp their homes. A mounted horseman could barely gallop from the rush and force of these strong North Sea tides. But the Greek geographers would not believe this. They only knew the tideless Mediterranean, and they thought Pytheas was lying when he told of the fierce northern sea. Pytheas sailed past the mouth of the Elbe, noting the amber cast upon the shore by the high spring tides. But all these interesting discoveries paled before the famous land of Thule, 6 days' voyage north of Britain, in the neighborhood of the frozen ocean. Grand excitement reigned among geographers when they heard of Thule, and a very sea of romance rose up around the name. Had Pytheas indeed found the end of the world? Was it an island? Was it mainland? In the childhood of the world, where so little was known and so much imagined, men's minds caught at the name of Thule, Ultima Thule, far away Thule, and weaved round it many and beautiful legends. But today we ask, was it Iceland? Was it Lapland? Was it one of the Shetland Isles? Pytheas said that the farthest parts of the world are those which lie about Thule, the northernmost of the Britannic Isles. But he never said whether Thule was an island or whether the world was habitable by man as far as that point. I should think myself, the speaker is Strabo, a famous Greek traveller who wrote 17 books of geography, I should think myself that the northern limit of habitude lies much farther to the south, for the writers of our age say nothing of any place beyond Ireland, which is situated in front of the northern parts of Britain. Pytheas said that Thule was 6 days' sail north of Britain. But who in his senses would believe this? Cried Strabo again, for Pytheas, who described Thule, has been shown to be the falsest of men. A traveller starting from the middle of Britain and going 500 miles to the north would come to a country somewhere about Ireland, where living would be barely possible. The first account of the Arctic regions likewise reads like pure romance to the ignorant and untravelled. After 1 day's journey to the north of Thule, says Pytheas, men come to a sluggish sea, where there is no separation of sea, land, and air, but a mixture of these elements, like the substance of jelly fish, through which one can neither walk nor sail. Here the nights were very short, sometimes only 2 hours, after which the sun rose again. This, in fact, was the sleeping palace of the sun. With all this wealth of discovery, Pytheas returned home by the Bay of Biscay to the mouth of the Gironde, thence sailed up the Garonne, and from the modern town of Bordeaux he reached Marseilles by an overland journey. Chapter 7 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 7 Julius Caesar as Explorer. Our next explorer is Julius Caesar. As Alexander the Great had combined the conqueror with the explorer, so now history repeats itself, and we find the Roman Caesar not only conquering but exploring. It was Caesar who first dispelled the mist that lay over the country about the French Seine, the German Rhine, the English Thames; Caesar who gives us the first graphic account of crossing the English Channel from France to England. Pytheas had hinted at the fog bound lands of the north; Caesar brought them into the light of the day. Since the days of Alexander, the centre of empire had shifted from Greece to Rome, and Rome was now conquering and annexing land as Persia had done in the olden days. Hence it was that Julius Caesar was in the year 58 B.C. appointed governor of a new province recently brought under Roman sway, stretching from the Alps to the Garonne and northward to the Lake of Geneva, which at this time marked the frontier of the Roman Empire. Caesar made no secret of his intentions to subdue the tribes to the north of his province and bring all Gaul under the dominion of Rome. His appointment carried with it the command of 4 legions, including some 20,000 soldiers. His chance soon came, and we find Caesar, with all the ability of a great commander, pushing forward with his army into the very heart of France, 150 miles beyond the Roman frontier. On the banks of the river Saône he defeated the large body of Celtic people who were migrating from Switzerland to make their homes in the warmer and roomier plains at the foot of the Pyrenees. While the defeated Celts returned to their chilly homes among the mountains, victorious Caesar resolved to push on at the head of his army toward the Rhine, where some German tribes, under a ferocious, headstrong savage, threatened to overrun the country. After marching through utterly unknown country for 3 days, he heard that fresh swarms of invaders had crossed the Rhine, intending to occupy the more fertile tracts on the French side. They were making for the town we now call Besançon, then, as now, strongly fortified, and nearly surrounded by the river Doubs. By forced marches night and day, Caesar hastened to the town, and took it before the arrival of the invaders. Accounts of the German tribes, even now approaching, were brought in by native traders and Gaulish chiefs, until the Roman soldiers were seized with alarm. Yes, said the traders, these Germans were men of huge stature, incredible valor, and practiced skill in wars; many a time they had themselves come across them, and had not been able to look them in the face or meet the glare of their piercing eyes. The Romans felt they were in an unknown land, about to fight against an unknown foe. Violent panic seized them, completely paralyzing everyone's judgment and nerve. Some could not restrain their tears, others shut themselves up in their tents and bemoaned their fate. All over the camp men were making their wills, until Caesar spoke, and the panic ceased. 7 days' march brought them to the plain of Alsace, some 50 miles from the Rhine. A battle was fought with the German tribes, and the enemy all turned tail and did not cease their flight until they reached the Rhine. Some swam across, some found boats, many were killed by the Romans in hot pursuit. For the first time Romans beheld the German Rhine, that great river that was to form a barrier for so long between them and the tribes beyond. But Caesar's exploration was not to end here. The following year found him advancing against the Belgae, tribes living between the Rhine and the Seine. In one brilliant campaign he subdued the whole of northeastern Gaul from the Seine to the Rhine. Leaving Roman soldiers in the newly conquered country, he returned to his province, and was some 800 miles away when he heard that a general rebellion was breaking out in that part we now know as Brittany. He at once ordered ships to be built on the Loire, which flows into the ocean, oarsmen to be trained, seamen and pilots assembled. The spring of 56 B.C. found Caesar at the seat of war. His ships were ready on the Loire, but the navy of the Veneti was strong. They were a sea-going folk, who knew their own low rocky coast, intersected by shallow inlets of the sea. They knew their tides and their winds. Their flat-bottomed boats were suitable to shallows and ebbing tides. Bows and stern stood high out of the water to resist heavy seas and severe gales. The hulls were built of oak. Leather was used for sails to withstand the violent ocean storms. The long Roman galleys were no match for these, and things would have gone badly had not Caesar devised a plan of cutting the enemy's rigging with hooks sharpened at the end and fixed to long poles. With these the Romans cut the rigging of the enemy's ships, forming the fleet of Brittany. The sails fell and the ships were rendered useless. One after another they were easily captured, and at sunset the victory lay with the Romans. The whole of Gaul, from the Rhine to the Pyrenees, seemed now subdued. Caesar had conquered as he explored, and the skill of his well disciplined army triumphed everywhere over the untrained courage of the barbarian tribes. Still the German tribes were giving trouble about the country of the Rhine, and, in the words of the famous commentaries, Caesar was determined to cross the Rhine, but he hardly thought it safe to cross in boats. Therefore, although the construction of a bridge presented great difficulties on account of the breadth, swiftness, and depth of the stream, he nevertheless thought it best to make the attempt or else not cross at all. Indeed, he wanted to impress the wild German people on the other side with a sense of the vast power of the Roman Empire. The barbarian tribes beyond must, indeed, have been impressed with the skill of the Roman soldier. For in 10 days the bridge was completed. Timber had been hewn from the forest, brought to the banks of the Rhine, worked into shape, piles driven into the bed of the river, beams laid across. And Caesar led his army in triumph to the other side. They stood for the first time in the land of the Germans, near the modern town of Coblenz, and after 18 days on the farther side, they returned to Gaul, destroying the bridge behind them. Caesar had now a fresh adventure in view. He was going to make his way to Britain. The summer of 55 B.C. was passing, and, in these parts, the whole of Gaul having a northerly trend, winter sets in early, wrote Caesar afterwards. There would be no time to conquer, but he could visit the island, find out for himself what the people were like, learn about harbors and landing places, for of all this the Greeks knew practically nothing. No one, indeed, readily undertakes the voyage to Britain except traders, and even they know nothing of it except the coast. Caesar summoned all the traders he could collect, and inquired the size of the island, what tribes dwelt there, their names, their customs, and the shortest sea passage. Then he went for the ships which had vanquished the fleet of Brittany the previous year. He also assembled some 80 merchant ships on the northern coast of Gaul, probably not very far from Calais. It was near the end of August, when soon after midnight the wind served, and he set sail. A vision of the great Roman, determined, resolute, rises before us, as, standing on the deck of the galley, he looks out on the dark waters of the unknown sea, bound for the coast of England. After a slow passage the little fleet arrived under the steep white cliffs of the southern coast, about 9 o'clock next morning. Armed forces of barbarians stood on the heights above Dover, and, finding it impossible to land, Caesar gave orders to sail some 7 miles further along the coast, where they ran the ships aground not far from Deal. But the visit of the Romans to Britain on this occasion lasted but 3 days, for a violent storm scattered the ships with the horses on board. The same night, says Caesar, it happened to be full moon, which generally causes very high tides in the ocean, a fact of which our men were not aware. Indeed, we may well believe that a night of full moon and an unusually high tide would be a mystery to those children of the Mediterranean. Their ships had been beached and were lying high and dry, when the rapidly rising tide overwhelmed them. Cables were broken, anchors lost, panic ensued. But Caesar's glory lay in overcoming obstacles, and it is well known how he got his troops and ships safely back across the Channel, and how preparations were hurried on in Gaul for a second invasion of Britain. This is not the place for the story of his campaign. He was the first to raise the curtain on the mysterious islands discovered by Pytheas. For to the west, in the ocean wide, beyond the realm of Gaul, a land there lies. Sea-girt it lies, where giants dwelt of old. Caesar remarks on this new-found land are interesting for us today. He tells us of "a river called the Thames, about 8 miles from the sea." The interior of Britain, he says, is inhabited by a people who, according to tradition, are aboriginal. The population is immense. Homesteads closely resembling those of the Gauls are met with at every turn, and cattle are very numerous. Gold coins are in use, or iron bars of fixed weight. Hares, fowls, and geese they think it wrong to taste, but they keep them for pastime or amusement. The climate is more equable than in Gaul, the cold being less severe. The island is triangular in shape, one side being opposite Gaul. One corner of this side, by Kent, the landing place for almost all ships from Gaul, has an easterly, and the lower one a westerly aspect. The extent of this side is about 500 miles. The second trends off towards Spain. Off the coast here is Ireland, which is considered only half as large as Britain. Halfway across is an island called Man, and several smaller islands also are believed to be situated opposite the coast, in which there is continuous night for 30 days. The length of this side is 800 miles. Thus the whole island is 2,000 miles in circumference. The people of the interior do not, for the most part, cultivate grain, but live on milk and flesh meat, and clothe themselves with skins. All Britons, without exception, stain themselves with woad, which produces a bluish tint. They wear their hair long. Caesar crossed the Thames. The river can only be forded at one spot, he tells us, and there with difficulty. Farther he did not go, and so this is all that was known of Britain for many a long year to come. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 8 Strabo's Geography. Strabo wrote his famous geography near the beginning of the Christian era, but he knew nothing of the north of England, Scotland, or Wales. He insisted on placing Ireland to the north, and scoffed at Pytheas' account of Toul. And yet he boasted a wider range than any other writer on geography, for that those who had penetrated farther towards the west had not gone so far to the east, and those on the contrary who had seen more of the east had seen less of the west. Like Herodotus, Strabo had travelled himself from Armenia and western Italy, from the Black Sea to Egypt, and up the Nile to Philae. But the 17 volumes, vastly important to his contemporaries, read like a romance to us today, and a glance at the map laid down according to his descriptions is like a vague and distorted caricature of the real thing. And yet, according to the men of his times, he surpasses all the geographical writings of antiquity, both in grandeur of plan and in abundance and variety of its materials. Strabo has summed up for us the knowledge of the ancient world as it was in the days of the Emperor Caesar Augustus of the great Roman Empire, as it was when in far off Syria the Christ was born, and the greater part of the known earth was under the sway of Rome. A wall map had already been designed by order of Augustus to hang in a public place in Rome, the heart of the empire, so that the young Romans might realize the size of their inheritance, while a list of the chief places and the roads, which, radiating from Rome, formed a network over the empire, was inscribed on the golden milestone in the Forum. We may well imagine with what keen interest the schoolmen of Alexandria would watch the extension of the Roman Empire. Here Strabo had studied, here or at Rome he probably wrote his great work toward the close of a long life. He has read his Homer and inclines to take every word he says as true. Herodotus he will have none of. Herodotus and other writers trifle very much, he asserts, when they introduce into their histories the marvellous like an interlude of some melody. In like manner he disbelieves poor Pytheas and his accounts of the land of Ultima Thule and his marvellous walks through Britain, while he clings to the writings of Eratosthenes. But in common with them all, Strabo believes the world to be one vast island surrounded on all sides by ocean, into which the rivers flow, and the Caspian Sea and Persian Gulf are but inlets. So in also the Mediterranean, or "our sea" as he prefers to call it. This earth's island reaches north to south, from Ireland, barely habitable on account of the cold, to the Cinnamon country, Somaliland, the most southerly point of the habitable earth. From west to east it stretches from the Pillars of Hercules right through the middle of our sea to the shores of Asia Minor, then across Asia by an imaginary chain of mountains to an imaginary spot where the Ganges, lately discovered, emptied its waters in the world surrounding ocean stream. The breadth of the habitable earth is 3,000 miles, the length about 7,000. A little world indeed, with the greater world lying all around it, still undreamed of by the old student of geography and the traveler after truth. He begins his book with a detailed account of southern Spain. He tells of her 200 towns. Those best known are situated on the rivers, estuaries, and seas, but the two which have acquired the greatest name and importance are Cordova and Cadiz. After these Seville is the most noted. A vast number of people dwell along the Guadalquivir, and you may sail up it almost 120 miles from the sea to Cordova and the places a little higher up. The banks and little inlets of this river are cultivated with the greatest diligence. The eye is also delighted with groves and gardens, which in this district are met with in the highest perfection. For 50 miles the river is navigable for ships of considerable size, but for the cities higher up smaller vessels are employed, and thence to Cordova river boats. These are now constructed of planks joined together, but they were formerly made out of a single trunk. A chain of mountains, rich in metal, runs parallel to the Guadalquivir, approaching the river, sometimes more, sometimes less, toward the north. He grows enthusiastic over the richness of this part of southern Spain, famous from ancient days under the name of Tartessus for its wealth. Large quantities of corn and wine are exported, besides much oil, which is of the first quality, also wax, honey, and pitch. The country furnishes the timber for their shipbuilding. They have likewise mineral salt and not a few salt streams. A considerable quantity of salted fish is exported, not only from hence, but also from the remainder of the coast beyond the Pillars. Formerly they exported large quantities of garments, but they now send the unmanufactured wool remarkable for its beauty. The stuffs manufactured are of incomparable texture. There is a superabundance of cattle and a great variety of game, while on the other hand there are certain little hares which burrow in the ground, rabbits. These creatures destroy both seeds and trees by gnawing their roots. They are met with throughout almost the whole of Spain. It is said that formerly the inhabitants of Majorca and Minorca sent a deputation to the Romans requesting that a new land might be given them, as they were quite driven out of their country by these animals, being no longer able to stand against their vast multitudes. The seacoast on the Atlantic side abounds in fish, says Strabo. The congers are quite monstrous, far surpassing the size those of our sea. Shoals of rich fat, tunny fish are driven hither from the sea coast beyond. They feed on the fruit of stunted oak, which grows at the bottom of the sea and produces very large acorns. So great is the quantity of fruit that at the season when they are ripe the whole coast on either side of the Pillars is covered with acorns thrown up by the tides. The tunny fish became gradually thinner owing to the failure of their food as they approached the Pillars from the outer sea. He describes, too, the metals of this wondrous land gold, silver, copper, and iron. It is astonishing to think that, in the days of Strabo, the silver mines employed 40,000 workmen, and produced something like 900 pounds a day in our modern money. But we cannot follow Strabo over the world in all his detail. He tells us of a people living north of the Tagus, who slept on the ground, fed on acorn bread, and wore black cloaks by day and night. He does not think Britain is worth conquering. Ireland lies to the north, not west, of Britain. It is a barren land full of cannibals and wrapped in eternal snows. The Pyrenees run parallel to the Rhine, the Danube rises near the Alps. Even Italy herself runs east and west instead of north and south. His remarks on India are interesting. The reader, he says, must receive the accounts of this country with indulgence. Few persons of our nation have seen it. The greater part of what they relate is from report. Very few of the merchants who now sail from Egypt by the Nile and the Arabian Gulf to India have proceeded as far as the Ganges. He is determined not to be led astray by the fables of the great size of India. Some had told him it was a third of the whole habitable world, some that it took 4 months to walk through the plain only. Ceylon is said to be an island lying out at sea 7 days' sail from the most southerly parts of India. Its length is about 800 miles. It produces elephants. Strabo died about the year 21 A.D., and half a century passed before Pliny wrote an account of countries, nations, seas, towns, havens, mountains, rivers, distances, and peoples who now exist or formerly existed. Strange to say, he never refers in the most distant way to his famous predecessor Strabo. He has but little to add to the earth's knowledge of Strabo, but he gives us a fuller account of Great Britain, based on the fresh discoveries of Roman generals. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 9 The Roman Empire and Pliny. In the year 48 A.D., the Emperor Claudius resolved to send an expedition to the British coast, lying amidst the mists and fog of the Northern Ocean. A gigantic army landed near the spot where Caesar had landed just 100 years before. The discovery and conquest of Britain now began in real earnest. The Isle of Wight was overrun by Romans. The south coast was explored. Roman soldiers lost their lives in the bogs and swamps of Gloucestershire. The eastern counties, after fierce opposition, submitted at the last. The spirit of Caractacus and Boadicea spread from tribe to tribe, and the Romans were constantly assailed. But gradually they swept the island. They reached the banks of the river Tyne. They crossed the Tweed and explored as far as the Firth of Clyde and Forth. From the coast of Galloway the Romans beheld for the first time the dim outline of the Irish coast. In the year 88 A.D., Agricola, a new Roman commander, made his way beyond the Firth of Forth. Now is the time to penetrate into the heart of Caledonia and to discover the utmost limits of Britain, cried the Romans, as they began their advance to the highlands of Scotland. While a Roman fleet surveyed the coasts and harbors, Agricola led his men up the valley of the Tay to the edge of the highlands, but he could not follow the savage Caledonians into their rugged and inaccessible mountains. To the north of Scotland they never penetrated, and no part of Ireland ever came under Roman sway. In that air the Roman eagle never fluttered. The Roman account of Britain at this time is interesting. "Britain," says Tacitus, "the largest of all the islands which have come within knowledge of the Romans, stretches on the east towards Germany, on the west towards Spain, and on the south it is even within sight of France." The Roman fleet at this period, first sailing round this remotest coast, gave certain proof that Britain was an island, and at the same time discovered and subdued the Orkney Islands, till then unknown. Thule was also distinctly seen, which winter and eternal snow had hitherto concealed. The sky in this country is deformed by clouds and frequent rains, but the cold is never extremely rigorous. The earth yields gold and silver and other metals, the ocean produces pearls. The account of Ireland is only from hearsay. "This island," continues Tacitus, "is less than Britain, but larger than those of our sea. Situated between Britain and Spain, and lying commodiously to the Bay of Biscay, it would have formed a very beneficial connection between the most powerful parts of the empire. Its soil, climate, and the manners and dispositions of its inhabitants are little different from those of Britain. Its ports and harbors are better known from the concourse of merchants for purposes of commerce. Not only the British Isles, but a good deal of the wild North Sea, and the low lying coast on the opposite side, were explored by Roman ships and Roman soldiers. Caesar had crossed the Rhine; he had heard of a great forest which took a man 4 months to cross; and in 16 A.D. a Roman general, Drusus, penetrated into the interior of Germany. Drusus crossed the Rhine near the coast, made his way across the river Weser, and reached the banks of the Elbe. But the fame of Drusus rests mainly on his navigation of the German Ocean, or North Sea, in a Roman fleet. Near the mouth of the Rhine 1,000 ships were quickly built by expert Romans. Some were short, with narrow stern and prow, and broad in the middle, the easier to endure the shock of the waves. Some had flat bottoms, that without damage they might run aground. Many were fitted for carrying horses and provisions, convenient for sails, and swift with oars. The Roman troops were in high spirits as they launched their splendid fleet on the Northern Ocean, and sailed prosperously to the mouth of the Elbe, startling the Frisians into submission. But no friendliness greeted them on the farther side of the river. The Germans were ready to defend their land, and further advance was impossible. Returning along the northern coast, the Romans got a taste of the storms of this Northern Ocean, of which they were in such complete ignorance. "The sea, at first calm," says Tacitus, "resounded with the oars of 1,000 ships; but presently a shower of hail poured down from a black mass of clouds, at the same time storms raging on all sides in every variety; the billows rolling now here, now there, obstructed the view, and made it impossible to manage the ships. The whole expanse of air and sea was swept by a southwest wind, which, deriving strength from the mountainous regions of Germany, its deep rivers, and boundless tract of clouded atmosphere, and rendered still harsher by the rigor of the neighboring north, tore away the ships, scattered, and drove them into the open ocean, or upon islands dangerous from precipitous rocks or hidden sandbanks. Having got a little clear of these, but with great difficulty, the tide turning and flowing in the same direction as that in which the wind blew, they were unable to ride at anchor, or bail out the water that broke in upon them. Horses, beasts of burthen, baggage, even arms were thrown overboard to lighten the holds of the ships, which took in water at their sides, and from the waves too, running over them. Around were either shores inhabited by enemies, or a sea so vast and unfathomable as to be supposed the limit of the world, and unbounded by lands. Part of the fleet was swallowed up; many were driven upon remote islands, where the men perished through famine. The galley of Drusus, or, as he was hereafter called, Germanicus, alone reached the mouth of the Weser. Both day and night, amid the rocks and prominences of the shore, he reproached himself as the author of such overwhelming destruction, and was hardly restrained by his friends from destroying himself in the same sea. At last, with the returning tide and a favoring gale, the shattered ships returned, almost all destitute or with garments spread for sails. The wreck of the Roman fleet in the North Sea made a deep impression in the Roman capital, and many a garbled story of the extreme parts of the world was circulated throughout the empire. Here was new land outside the boundaries of the empire, country great with possibilities. Pliny, writer of the natural history, now arises and endeavors to clear the minds of his countrymen by some account of these northern regions. Strabo had been dead some 50 years, and the empire had grown since his days. But Pliny has news of land beyond the Elbe. He can tell us of Scandinavia, an island of unknown extent; of Norway, another island, the inhabitants of which sailed as far as Thule; of the seamen or Swedes, who lived in the northern half of the world. It is madness to harass the mind with attempts to measure the world, he asserts; but he proceeds to tell us the size of the world as accepted by him. Our part of the earth, floating as it were in the ocean which surrounds it, stretching out to the greatest extent from India to the Pillars at Cadiz, is 8,568 miles. The breadth from south to north is commonly supposed to be half its length. But how little was known of the north of Europe at this time is shown by a startling statement that certain Indians sailing from India for the purposes of commerce had been driven by tempests into Germany. Thus it appears, concludes Pliny, that the seas flow completely round the globe and divide it into two parts. How Balbus discovered and claimed for the empire some of the African desert is related by Pliny. He tells us, too, how another Roman general left the west coast of Africa, marched for 10 days, reached Mount Atlas, and, in a desert of dark colored sand, met a river which he supposed to be the Niger. The home of the Ethiopians in Africa likewise interested Pliny. There can be no doubt that the Ethiopians are scorched by their vicinity to the sun's heat, and that they are born like persons who have been burned, with beard and hair frizzled, while in the opposite and frozen parts of the earth there are nations with white skins and long light hair. Pliny's geography was the basis of much medieval writing, and his knowledge of the course of the Niger remained unchallenged till Mungo Park were discovered it many centuries after. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 10 Ptolemy's Maps. And so we reach the days of Ptolemy, the last geographer of the pagan world. This famous Greek was born in Egypt, and the great Roman Empire was already showing signs of decay, while Ptolemy was searching the great Alexandrian library for materials for his book. Alexandria was now the first commercial city of the world, second only to Rome. She supplied the great population in the heart of the empire with Egyptian corn. Ships sailed from Alexandria to every part of the known world. It was, therefore, a suitable place for Ptolemy to listen to the yarns of the merchants, to read the works of Homer, Herodotus, Eratosthenes, Strabo, Pliny, and others, to study and observe, and finally to write. He begins his great geography with the northwest extremities of the world, the British Isles, Iverna, and Albion, as he calls Ireland and England. But he places Ireland much too far north, and the shape of Scotland has little resemblance to the original. He realized that there were lands to the south of Africa, to the east of Africa, and to the north of Europe, all stretching far away beyond his ken. He agrees with Pliny about the four islands in the neighborhood of Scandinavia, and draws the Volga correctly. He realizes, too, that the Caspian is an inland sea, and unconnected with the surrounding ocean. Perhaps the most remarkable part of Ptolemy's geography is that which tells us of the lands beyond the Ganges. He knows something of the golden Chersonese, or Malay Peninsula, something of China, where far away toward the north, and bordering on the Eastern Ocean, there is a land containing a great city from which silk is exported, both raw and spun and woven into textures. The wonder is that Ptolemy did not know more of China, for that land had one of the oldest civilizations in the world, as wondrous as those of Assyria and Egypt. But China had had little or no direct intercourse with the West till after the death of Ptolemy. Merchants had passed between China and India for long centuries, and the Indians had made journeys in the golden deserts in troops of 1 or 2 thousand, and it is said that they do not return from those journeys till the third or fourth year. This was the desert of Gobi, called golden because it opened the way to wealth. But perhaps the most interesting part of this great geography, which was to inform the world for centuries yet to come, was the construction of a series of 26 maps and the general map of the known world. This was one of the most important maps ever constructed, and forms our frontispiece from medieval copies of the original. The 12 heads blowing sundry winds on to the world's surface are characteristic of the age. The 26 maps are in sections. They are the first maps to be drawn with lines of latitude and longitude. The measurements are very vague. The lines are never ruled. They are drawn uncertainly in red. They are neither straight nor regular, so the spaces between the lines indicate degrees of 50 miles. The maps are crowded with towns, each carefully walled in by little red squares and drawn by hand. The water is all colored a somber, greeny blue, and the land is washed in a rich yellow brown. A copy can be seen at the British Museum. It is only by looking back that we can realize the progress made in earth knowledge. Ptolemy wrote just 1,000 years after Homer, when the little world round the Mediterranean had become a great empire stretching from the British Isles to China. Already the barbaric hordes which haunted the frontiers of the Roman Empire were breaking across the ill-defended boundaries, desolating streams were bursting over the civilized world, until at last the storm broke, the unity of the empire was ended, commerce broken up, and the darkness of ignorance spread over the earth. During this time little in the way of progress was made, and for the next few centuries our only interest lies in filling up some of the shadowy places of the earth without extending its known bounds. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 11 Pilgrim Travelers. Meanwhile, a new inspiration had been given to the world, which affected traveling to no small extent. In far off Roman province of Syria, the Christ had lived, the Christ had died. And his words were ringing through the land: Go ye and make disciples of all the nations. Preach the gospel to every creature. Here at once was a new incentive to travel, a definite reason for men to venture forth into the unknown, to brave dangers, to endure hardship. They must carry their Master's words unto the ends of the world. The Roman Empire had brought men under one rule, they must now be brought to serve one God. So men passed out of Syria, they landed on the islands in the Mediterranean, they made their way to Asia Minor and across to Greece, until in the year 60 A.D. we get the graphic account of Paul the Traveler, one of the first and most famous of the missionaries of the first century. Jerusalem now became indeed the world's center. A very stream of pilgrim travelers tramped to the Holy City from far away lands, to see for themselves the land where the Christ had lived and died. The pilgrim age begins with the journey of a woman, the beautiful and learned daughter of the King of Britain, Helena, mother of the Emperor Constantine. She was a student of divinity and a devoted Christian. In the year 326 she undertook the difficult journey to Jerusalem, where she is reported to have discovered the true cross, which had been buried, with Pilate's inscription in Hebrew and Greek and Latin. When the news of her discovery was noised abroad, a very rush of pilgrims took place from every part of the world. Indeed, one pilgrim, his name is unknown, thought it worth while to write a guide book for the benefit of his fellow travelers. His Itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem is very interesting, being the first Christian guide book, and one of the earliest travel documents ever written for the use of travelers. This ancient Bradshaw has been translated into English and throws light on fourth-century travelling. Enthusiastic indeed must these early pilgrims have been to undertake the long and toilsome journey. The guide book takes them, save for crossing the Bosphorus, entirely by land. It leads them from the city of Bordeaux, where is the river Garonne, in which the ocean ebbs and flows for 100 leagues more or less, to Arles, with 30 changes and 11 halts in 372 miles. There were milestones along the Roman roads to guide them, and houses at regular intervals where horses were kept for posting. From Arles the pilgrim goes north to Avignon, crosses the Alps, and halts at the Italian frontier. Skirting the north of Italy by Turin, Milan, and Padua, he reaches the Danube at Belgrade, passes through Servia and Bulgaria, and so reaches Constantinople, the great new city of Constantine. Grand total from Bordeaux to Constantinople, 2,221 miles, with 230 changes and 112 halts. From Constantinople, continues the guide book, you cross the strait and walk on through Asia Minor, passing the spot where lies King Hannibal, once king of the Africans. Thus onward through the long dreary miles to Tarsus, where was born the Apostle Paul, till Syria is reached at last. Then the Bradshaw becomes a Baedeker. Long and detailed accounts are given of the country through which the pilgrim has to pass. From Caesarea he is led to Jezreel by the spot where David slew Goliath, by Job's country house to Sychem, where Joseph is laid, and thence to Jerusalem. Full accounts follow of the holy city and Mount Sion, the little hill of Golgotha, where the Lord was crucified, the Mount of Olives, Jericho, Jordan, Bethlehem, and Hebron. Here is a monument of square form built of stone and wondrous beauty, in which lie Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebekah, and Leah. From Constantinople to Jerusalem is 1,159 miles, with 69 changes and 58 halts. Here the guide book ends abruptly with a brief summary of distances. Thither then flocked the pilgrims, some by land and some by sea, men and women from all parts of the world. Even the Briton, separated from our world, leaves the setting sun and seeks a place known to him only by fame and the narrative of the Scriptures. One of the earliest was Paula of Rome, a weak, fragile woman accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, but, fired with the enthusiasm of her religion, she resolved to brave the dangers and hardships of a journey to the East. Her travels were written by Saint Jerome. When the winter was spent and the sea was open, he writes, she longed and prayed to sail. She went down to the harbor, accompanied by her brother, her relatives, her connections, and more than these, by her children, who strove to surpass the affection of the kindest of mothers. Soon the sails were swelling in the breeze, and the ship, guided by the oars, gained the open sea. Little Lexotinus piteously stretched forth his hands from the shore. Rufina, a grown-up girl, by her tears silently besought her mother to stay until she was married. Yet she herself, without a tear, turned her eyes heavenward, overcoming her love for her children by her love for God. Meanwhile the ship was ploughing the sea, the winds were sluggish and all speed slow. But the ship passed between Scylla and Charybdis, and reached Antioch in safety. From this spot she followed the guidebook directions until she arrived at Jerusalem. How Paula and one of her younger daughters walked over the rough ground, endured the hardships of desert life, and finally lived 20 years at Bethlehem, would take too long to tell, and she was but one of many. Sylvia of Aquitaine, traveling at the same time, wrote a strangely interesting account of her travels. The early part of her manuscript is lost, and we find her first in Arabia. All was new and strange. Meanwhile, as we walked, we arrived at a certain place where the mountains between which we were passing opened themselves out and formed a great valley, very flat and extremely beautiful. And beyond the valley appeared Sinai, the holy mount of God. This is the same great and flat valley in which the children of Israel waited during the days when holy Moses went up into the mount of God. It was late on the Sabbath when we came to the mountain, and, arriving at a certain monastery, the kindly monks who lived there entertained us, showing us all kindliness. Sylvia had to ascend the mountain on foot, because the ascent could not be made in a chair, but the view over Egypt and Palestine and the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, which leads to Alexandria, also the boundless territory of the Saracens, we saw below us, hard though it is to believe, all of which things these holy men pointed out to us. But we must not follow her to Jerusalem, on to Mesopotamia, where she saw the great river Euphrates, rushing down in a torrent like the Rhine, but greater. She reached Constantinople by the guidebook route, having spent 4 years in travel, and walked 2,000 miles to the very limit of the Roman Empire. Her boundless energy is not exhausted yet. Ladies, my beloved ones, she writes, whilst I prepare this account for your pious zeal, it is already my purpose to go to Asia. But we must turn away for a moment from the stream of pilgrim travelers wending their weary way from Britain, France, Spain, and the East to Jerusalem, to follow the travels of Saint Patrick through the wilds of Ireland. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 12 Irish Explorers. Patrick had been a pilgrim to Rome from the banks of the Clyde, where he lived, and having seen the Pope he had returned to Ireland by sea, landing on the Wicklow coast in the year 482. Hungry and tired after the long voyage, he tried to get some fish from the fishermen, but they replied by throwing stones at him, and he put out to sea again and headed north. Past Braehead, past the Bay of Malahide, he sailed, but he could get neither fish nor food till he reached a spot between the Liffey and the Boyne, where he built his first Christian church. Now in the 5th century, when light first breaks over Ireland, it breaks over a land torn by perpetual tribal strife, a land in the chaos of wild heathendom. It was reserved for Saint Patrick to save her from increasing gloom. Patrick and his companions now sailed on past Louth by the low-lying shore with long stretches of sandy flats, on under the shadow of great peaks frowning over the sea. He landed near Downpatrick, founded another church, and spent the winter in these parts, for the autumn was far advanced. Spring found him sailing back to the Boyne and attacking the fierce heathen king at Tara, the capital of Ireland. From Tara 5 great roads led to different parts of the island. Saint Patrick now made his way through Meath to the very heart of the country, building churches as he went. Thence he crossed the Shannon, entered the great plain of Roscommon, passed by Mayo, and at length reached the Western Sea. He had now been 8 years in Ireland, 8 laborious years, climbing hills, wading through waters, camping out by night, building, organizing, preaching. He loved the land on the Western Sea, little known as yet. I would choose to remain here on a little land, after faring around churches and waters. Since I am weary, I wish not to go further. Saint Patrick climbed the great peak, afterwards called Crowpatrick, and on the summit, exposed to wind and rain, he spent the 40 days of Lent. From here he could look down onto one of the most beautiful bays in Ireland, down onto the 100 little islands in the glancing waters below, while away to the north and south stretched the rugged coastline. And he tells us how the great white birds came and sang to him there. It would take too long to tell how he returned to Tara and started again with a train of 13 chariots by the great north-western road to the spot afterwards known as Downpatrick Head. He passed along the broken coast to extreme north, where the great ocean surf breaks on the rugged shore, returning again to the Irish capital. He travelled over a great part of Ireland, founded 350 churches, converted heathen tribes to Christianity and civilization, and finally died at Armagh in 493. His work was carried on by Saint Columba, a native of Ireland, who, deciding to go abroad for Christ, sailed away with 12 disciples to a low rocky island off the west coast of Scotland, where he founded the famous monastery of Iona about 563. Thence he journeyed away to the Highlands, making his way through rugged and mountainous country that had stayed the warlike Romans long years before. He even sailed across the stormy northern sea to the Orkney Islands. Let us picture the Scotland of the 6th century in order to realize those long lonely tramps of Saint Columba and his disciples across the rough mountains, through the dense forests, across bleak moors and wet bogs, till after dreary wanderings they reached the coast, and in frail ships boldly faced the wild seas that rage round the northern islands. We can see Columba and his disciples journeying on foot, as poor and as barely provided as were Christ and his disciples, with neither silver nor gold nor brass in their purses, and over a wilder country and among a wilder people. These pilgrims tramped to and fro, clad in simple tunics over a monkish dress of undyed wool, bound round the waist by a strong cord, all their worldly goods on their backs, and a staff in their hands. The hermit instinct was growing, and men were sailing away to lonely islands where God might be better served apart from the haunts of men. Perhaps it was this instinct that inspired Saint Brandon to sail away across the trackless ocean in search of the Island of Saints reported in the Western Seas. His voyage suggests the old expedition of Ulysses. A good deal of it is mythical, some is added at a later date, but it is interesting as being an attempt to cross the wide Atlantic Ocean across which no man had yet sailed. For 7 years Saint Brandon sailed on the unknown sea, discovering unknown islands, until he reached the Island of Saints, the goal of his desires. And the fact remains that for 10 centuries after this, an island, known as Brandon's Isle, was marked on maps somewhere to the west of Ireland, though to the end it remained as mysterious as the Island of Thule. Here is the old story. Brandon, abbot of a large Irish monastery containing 1,000 monks, sailed off in an osier boat covered with tanned hides and carefully greased, provisioned for 7 years. After 40 days at sea they reached an island with steep sides, where they took in fresh supplies. Thence the winds carried the ship to another island, where they found sheep. Every sheep was as great as an ox. "This is the Island of Sheep, and here it is every summer," they were informed by an old islander. This may have been Madeira. They found other islands in the neighborhood, one of which was full of singing birds, and the passing years found them still tossing to and fro on the unknown sea, until at last the end came. And Saint Brandon sailed 40 days south in full great tempest, and another 40 days brought the ship right into a bank of fog. But when the fog lifted, they saw the fairest country eastward that any man might see. It was so clear and bright that it was a heavenly sight to behold, and all the trees were charged with ripe fruit. And they walked about the island for 40 days and could not find the end. And there was no night there, and the climate was neither hot nor cold. "Be ye joyful now," said a voice, "for this is the land ye have sought, and our Lord wills that you laden your ships with the fruit of this land, and hie you hence, for ye may no longer abide here, but thou shalt sail again into thine own country." So the monks took all the fruit they could carry, and weeping that they might stay no longer in this happy land, they sailed back to Ireland. Hazy indeed was the geography of the Atlantic in the 6th century. Nor can we leave St. Brandon's story without quoting a modern poet who believed that the voyage was to the Arctic regions and not in the Atlantic. Saint Brandon sails the northern main, the brotherhood of saints are glad. He greets them once, he sails again. So late, such storms, the saint is mad. He heard across the howling seas chime convent bells on wintry nights. He saw, on spray-swept Hebrides, twinkle the monastery lights. But north, still north, Saint Brandon steered, and now no bells, no convents more. The hurtling polar lights are reached, the sea without a human shore. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 13 After Mohammed. So once more we turn back to the east. Jerusalem is still the center of the earth, but a change has passed over the world which influenced not a little the progress of geography. Mohammed in the 7th century lived and died in Arabia. "There is but one God, and Mohammed is his prophet," proclaims his followers, the Arabs or Saracens, as they were called. And just as men had traveled abroad to preach Christianity to those who knew it not, so now the Mohammedans set forth to teach the faith of their Lord and Master. But whereas Christianity was taught by peaceful means, Mohammedanism was carried by the sword. The Roman provinces of Syria and Egypt had been conquered by the Arabs, and the famous cities of Jerusalem and Alexandria were filled with teachers of the new faith. The Mohammedans had conquered Spain and were pressing by Persia towards India. What deep root their preaching took in these parts is still evident. Still the weary fight between the two religions continues. The first traveller of note through this distracted Europe was a Frenchman named Arculf, a Christian bishop. When he had visited the Holy Land and Egypt, his ship was caught in a violent storm and driven onto the west coast of Scotland. After many adventures, Arculf found himself at the famous convent of Iona, made welcome by an Irish monk, Adamnan, who was deeply interested in Arculf's account of his wanderings, and wrote them down at his dictation, first on wax tablets, copied later onto parchment. How tenderly the two monks dwell on all the glories of Jerusalem! But in that beautiful place where once the temple had been, the Saracens now frequent a four-sided house of prayer which they have built, rudely constructing it by raising boards and great beams on some remains of ruins, which house can hold 3,000 men at once. And Arculf draws on the wax tablets a picture of some church or tomb to make his narrative clearer to his friend Adamnan. Perhaps the most interesting part of all the travels is the account of the lofty column that Arculf describes in the midst of Jerusalem. This column, he says, as it stands in the center of the heaven, shining straight down from above, proves that the city of Jerusalem is situated in the middle of the earth. Arculf's journey aroused great interest among the newly converted Christians of the north, and Willibald, a high-born Englishman, started off in 721 to explore farther. But the road through Europe was now full of danger. The followers of Mohammed were strong, and it required true courage to face the perils of the long journey. Willibald was undaunted, and with his father and two brothers he sailed from Southampton, crossed to France, sailed up the Seine to Rouen, and reached Italy. Here the old father died. Willibald and his brothers traveled on, through the vast lands of Italy, through the depths of the valleys, over the steep brows of the mountains, over the levels of the plains, climbing on foot the difficult passes of the Alps, over the ice-bound and snow-capped summits, till they arrived at Rome. Thence they made their way to Syria, where they were at once thrown in prison by Mohammedan conquerors. They were brought before the ruler of the Mohammedan world, or Caliph, whose seat was at Damascus. He asked whence they came. "These men come from the western shore, where the sun sets, and we know not of any land beyond them but water only," was the answer. Such was Britain to the Mohammedans. They never got a footing in that country. Their empire lay to the east, and their capital was even now shifting to Baghdad. But before turning to their geographical discoveries, we must see how Cosmas, the Egyptian merchant monk, set the clock back by his quaint theories of the world in the 6th century. Cosmas hailed from Alexander's great city. His calling carried him into seas and countries remote from home. He knew the Mediterranean Sea, the Persian Gulf, and the Red Sea. He had narrowly escaped shipwreck in the Indian Ocean, which in those days was regarded with terror on account of its violent currents and dense fogs. As the ship carrying the merchant approached this dread region, a storm gathered overhead, and flocks of albatross, like birds of ill omen, hovered about the masts. "We were all in alarm," relates Cosmas, "for all the men of experience on board, whether passengers or sailors, began to say that we were near the ocean, and called out to the pilot, 'Steer the ship to the port, and make for the Gulf, or we shall be swept along by the currents and carried into the ocean and lost.' For the ocean rushing into the Gulf was swelling with billows of portentous size, while the currents from the Gulf were driving the ship into the ocean, and the outlook was altogether so dismal that we were kept in a state of great alarm." That he eventually reached India is clear, for he relates strange things concerning Ceylon. There is a large oceanic island lying in the Indian Sea, he tells us. It has a length of 900 miles, and it is of the like extent in breadth. There are two kings in the island, and they are at food that one with the other. The island, being as it is in a central position, is much frequented by ships from all parts of India, and from Persia and Ethiopia, and from the remotest countries. It receives silk, aloes, cloves, and other products. Farther away is the clove country, then Zinista, China, which produces silk. Beyond this there is no other country, for the ocean surrounds it on the east. Cosmos was the first to realize that China was bounded on the east by the ocean. He tells us a good story about the Lord of India, who always went to war with 2,000 elephants. Once upon a time this king would lay siege to an island city of the Indians, which was on every side protected by water. A long while he sat down before it, until, what with his elephants, his horses, and his soldiers, all the water had been drunk up. He then crossed over to the city dryshod and took it. But strange as are the travels and information of Cosmos, still stranger is his Christian topography. His commercial travelling done he retired, became a devout Christian monk, and devoted his leisure time in trying to reconcile all the progress of geographical knowledge with old biblical ideas. He assures us that the world is flat and not round, and that it is surrounded by an immense wall supporting the firmament. Indeed, if we compare the maps of Cosmos in the sixth century with those of the Babylonians thousands of years before, there is mighty little difference. With amazing courage he refutes all the old theories, and draws the most astounding maps, which, nevertheless, are the oldest Christian maps which survive. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 14. The Vikings Sail the Northern Seas. A more interesting force than the pilgrim travelers now claims our attention, and we turn to the frozen north, to the wild region at the back of the north wind, for new activity and discovery. Out of this land of fable and myth, legend and poetry, the fierce inhabitants of Scandinavia begin to take shape. Tacitus speaks of them as mighty in fame, Ptolemy as savage and clothed in the skins of wild beasts. From time to time we have glimpses of those folk sailing about in the Baltic Sea. They were known to the Finns of the north as sea rovers. The sea is their school of war, and the storm their friend. They are sea wolves that live on the pillage of the world, sang an old Roman long years ago. The daring spirit of their race had already attracted the attention of Britons across the seas. The careless glee with which they seized either sword or oar, and waged war with the stormy seas for a scanty livelihood, raiding all the neighboring coasts, had earned them the name of Vikings, or Creekmen. Their black-sailed ships stood high out of the water, prow and stern ending in the head and tail of some strange animal, while their long beards, their loose shirts, and battle-axe made them conspicuous. From the fury of the Norsemen save us, Lord, prayed those who had come in contact with those Vikings. In the ninth century they spring into fame as explorers by the discovery of Iceland. It was in this wise. The chief of a band of pirates, one Nadund, during a voyage to the Faroe Islands was driven by a storm upon the eastern coast of an unknown land. Not a soul was to be seen. He climbed a high mountain covered with snow, and took a look round, but though he could see far and wide, not a human being could he detect. So he named it Snowland, and sailed home to relate his adventures. A few years later another Viking, Gardar, bound for the west coast of Scotland, was likewise blown by a storm on to the coast of Snowland. he sailed right round and found it to be an island. Considering that it was unsafe to navigate the icy northern seas in winter, he built himself a hut on the island, lived there till the spring, and returned home. His account of the island fired the enthusiasm of an old Viking called Floki, who sailed away, meaning to take possession of the newly discovered country. At the Faroe Islands he let fly 3 ravens. The first returned, the second came back to the ship, the third guided the navigator to the island which he sought. He met a quantity of drift ice about the northern part of the island, and called it Iceland, the name it has borne ever since. But amid the Arctic ice he spent a desolate winter. The island seemed full of lofty mountains covered with eternal snow. His companions, however, were delighted with the climate and the soil. "Milk drops from every plant and butter from every twig," they said. This was a land where men might live free from the tyranny of kings. Free indeed, for the island was totally uninhabited. Iceland soon became a refuge for pirates and other lawless characters. Among these was a young Viking called Eric the Red. He was too lawless even for Iceland, and, being banished for 3 years, he sailed away in 985 in search of new lands. At the end of his 3 years he returned and reported that he had discovered land with rich meadows, fine woods, and good fishing, which he had named Greenland. So glowing was his description that soon a party of men and women, with household goods and cattle, started forth in 25 ships to colonize the new land. Still the passion for discovery continued, and Eric's son Leif fitted out a vessel to carry 35 men in quest of land already sighted to the west. It was in the year 1000 that they reached the coast of North America. It was a barren and rocky shore, to which Leif gave the name of Rockland. Sailing farther, they found a low coast, wooded to its edge, to which they gave the simple name of Woody Land. 2 days later an island appeared, and on the mainland they discovered a river up which they sailed. On low bushes by the banks of the river they found sweet berries, or wild grapes, from which a sort of wine was made. So Leif called the land Vinland. It is now supposed that Vinland and Woody Land are really Newfoundland and Labrador on the shores of North America. After this, shipload followed shipload from Iceland to colonize Vinland, but without success. So the Viking discoveries in these cold and unhospitable regions were but transitory. The clouds lifted but for a moment to settle down again over America, till it was rediscovered some 500 years later. Before leaving these northern explorers, let us remind ourselves of the old saga so graphic in its description of their ocean lives. Down the fjords sweep wind and rain, our sails and tackle sway and strain, wet to the skin with sound within. Our sea steeds through the foam go prancing, while shields and spears and helms are glancing. From fjord to sea our ships ride free, and down the wind with swelling sail we scud before the gathering gale. Now, while these fierce old Vikings were navigating unknown seas, Alfred the Great was reigning over England. Among his many and varied interests, he was deeply thrilled in the geography of the world. He was always ready to listen to those who had been on voyages of discovery, and in his account of the geography of Europe he tells us of a famous old sea captain called Othire, who had navigated the unknown seas to the north of Europe. Othire told his lord, King Alfred, that he dwelt northmost of all Northermen, on the land by the Western Sea. He said that the land is very long thence to the north, but it is all waste save that in a few places here and there Finns reside. He said that he wished to find out how far the land lay right north, or whether any man dwelt to the north of the waste. Then he went right north near the land, and he left all the way the waste land on the right and the wide sea on the left for 3 days. There was he as far north as the whale hunters ever go. He then went yet right north, as far as he could sail in the next 3 days. After sailing for another 9 days, he came to a great river. They turned up into the river, but they durst not sail beyond it on account of hostility, for the land was all inhabited on the other side. He had not before met with any inhabited land since he came from his own home, for the land was uninhabited all the way on his right save by fishermen, hunters, and fowlers, and they were all Finns, and there was always a wide sea on his left. And as a trophy of distant lands and a proof of his having reached farthest north, Othir presented the king with the snow white walrus tooth. But King Alfred wanted his subjects to know more of the world around them, and even in the midst of his busy life he managed to write a book in Anglo Saxon, which sums up for us the world's knowledge some 900 years after Ptolemy, 900 barren years as far as much geographical progress was concerned. Alfred does not even allude to Iceland, Greenland, and Vinland. The news of these discoveries had evidently not reached him. He repeats the old legend of Thule to the northwest of Ireland, which is known to few on account of its very great distance. So end the brief but thrilling discoveries of the Northmen, who knew not fear, and we turn again to landsmen and the East. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 15 Arab Wayfarers. And now we leave the fierce energy of the Norsemen westwards and turn to another energy which was leading men toward the east, to the lands beyond the Euphrates, to India, across Central Asia, even into far Cathay. These early travelers to the east were for the most part Arabs. Mohammed had bidden his followers to spread his teaching far and wide. This teaching had always appealed more to the Eastern than to the Western mind. So farther and farther to the east traveled the Arabs, converting the uncivilized tribes that Christianity had not reached. What a contrast are these Arabs to the explorers of the vigorous North! They always traveled by land and not by the sea, which was life to the Viking folk. To the Arabs the encircling ocean was a very "sea of darkness"; indeed, the unknown ocean beyond China was called the "sea of pitchy darkness." Their creed taught that the ocean was boundless, so that ships dared not venture out of sight of land, for there was no inhabited country beyond, and mariners would assuredly be lost in mists and fogs. So, while the Vikings tossed fearlessly about the wild northern seas, the Arab wayfarers rode eastward by well known caravan tracks, trading and teaching the ways of Mohammed. Arabic enterprise had pushed on far beyond Ptolemy's world. The Arab center lay in the city of Baghdad, the headquarters of the ruler or Caliph of the Mohammedan world. They had already opened up a considerable trade with the rapidly rising Mongol Empire, which no European had yet reached. But as this country was to play a large part in the travels of the near future, it will be interesting to hear the account given by two Mohammedan friends who journeyed thither in the year 881, just 400 years before Marco Polo's famous account. The early part of their story is missing, and we raise the curtain when they have arrived in the land of China itself, then a very small empire compared with what it is now. The Emperor of China reckons himself next after the kings of the Arabs, who they all allow to be the first and beyond all dispute the most powerful of kings, because he is the head of a great religion. In this great kingdom of China, they tell us, there are over 200 cities. Each city has 4 gates, at each of which are 5 trumpets, which the Chinese sound at certain hours of the day and of the night. There are also within each city 10 drums, which they beat at the same time, as a public token of their obedience to the emperor, as also to signify the hour of the day and of the night, to which end they also have dials and clocks with ways. China is a pleasant and fruitful country. The air is much better than the Indian provinces. Much rain falls in both these countries. In India are many desert tracts, but China is inhabited and peopled throughout its whole extent. The Chinese are handsomer than the Indians, and come nearer to the Arabs, not only in countenance but in dress, in their way of riding, in their manners, and in their ceremonies. They wear long garments and girdles in form of belts. The Chinese are dressed in silk both in winter and summer, and this kind of dress is common to the prince and the peasant. Their food is rice, which they often eat with a broth, which they pour upon the rice. They have several sorts of fruits, apples, lemons, quinces, figs, grapes, cucumbers, walnuts, almonds, plums, apricots, and cocoanuts. Here, too, we get the first mention of tea, which was not introduced into Europe for another 700 years, but which formed a Chinese drink in the 9th century. This Chinese drink is a herb or shrub, more bushy than the pomegranate tree, and of a more pleasant scent, but somewhat bitter to the taste. The Chinese boil water and pour it in scalding hot upon this leaf, and this infusion keeps them from all distempers. Here, too, we get the first mention of Chinaware. They have an excellent kind of earth, wherewith they make a ware of equal fineness with glass and equally transparent. There is no time here to tell of all the curious manners and customs related by these two Mohammedans. One thing struck them as indeed it must strike us today. The Chinese, poor and rich, great and small, learn to read and write. There are schools in every town for teaching the poor children, and the masters are maintained at public charge. The Chinese have a stone 10 cubits high erected in the public squares of their cities, and on this stone are engraved the names of all the medicines, with the exact price of each, and when the poor stand in need of physic, they go to the treasury, where they receive the price each medicine is rated at. It was out of such travels as these that the famous romance of Sindbad the Sailor took shape, a true story of Arab adventures of the 9th and 10th centuries in a romantic setting. As in the case of Ulysses, the adventures of many voyages are ascribed to one man, and related in a collection of tales, which bears the title of The Arabian Nights. Of course, Sindbad was a native of Baghdad, the Arab center of everything at this time, and of course he journeyed eastwards as did most Mohammedans. "It occurred to my mind," says Sindbad, "to travel to the countries of other people. Then I rose and collected what I had of effects and apparel and sold them, after which I sold my buildings and all that my hand possessed, and amassed 3,000 pieces of silver. So I embarked in a ship, and with a company of merchants we traversed the sea for many days and nights. We had passed by island after island, and from sea to sea, and land to land, and in every place we sold and bought and exchanged merchandise. We continued our voyage until we arrived at an island like one of the gardens of Paradise. Here they anchored and lit fires, when suddenly the master of the ship cried aloud in great distress, 'O ye passengers, come up quickly into the ship, leave your merchandise and flee for your lives, for this apparent island upon which ye are is not really an island, but it is a great fish that has become stationary in the midst of the sea, and the sand has accumulated upon it, and trees have grown upon it. And when ye lighted a fire it felt the heat, and now it will descend with you into the sea, and you will be all drowned." As he spoke, the island moved, and descended to the bottom of the sea, with all that were upon it, and the roaring sea, agitated with waves, closed over it. Let Sindbad continue his own story. "I sank in the sea with the rest, but God delivered me and saved me from drowning, and supplied me with a great wooden bowl, and I laid hold upon it and got into it and beat the water with my feet as with oars, while the waves sported with me. I remained so a day and a night, until the bowl came to a stoppage under a high island, whereupon were trees overhanging the sea. So I laid hold upon the branch of a lofty tree and clung to it until I landed on the island. Then I threw myself upon the island like one dead. After wandering about he found servants of the king of Borneo, and all sailed together to an island beyond the Malay Peninsula. And the king of Borneo sent for Sindbad and heaped him with honors. He gave him costly dress, and made him superintendent of the seaport and adviser of affairs of state. And Sindbad saw many wonders in this far distant sea. At last, one day I stood upon the shore of the sea, with a staff in my hand, as was my custom, and lo! a great vessel approached, wherein were many merchants. They unloaded their wares, telling Sindbad that the owner of their goods, a man from Baghdad, had been drowned, and they were selling his things. "What was the name of the owner of the goods?" asked Sindbad. "His name was Sindbad of the Sea." Then Sindbad cried, "O master, know that I am the owner of the goods, and I am Sindbad of the Sea." Then there was great rejoicing, and Sindbad took leave of the king of Borneo, and set sail for Baghdad, the abode of peace. But the spirit of unrest was upon him, and soon he was off again. Indeed, he made 7 voyages in all, but there is only room here to note a few of the most important points in each. This time he sailed to the coast of Zanzibar, East Africa, and, anchoring on the beautiful island of Madagascar, amid sweet smelling flowers, pure rivers, and warbling birds, Sindbad fell asleep. He awoke to find the ship had sailed away, leaving him without food or drink, and not a human being was to be seen on the island. Then I climbed up into a lofty tree and began to look from it to the right and left, but saw nothing save sky and water, and trees, and birds, and islands, and sands. At last he found an enormous bird. Unwinding his turban, he twisted it into a rope, and tying one end round his wrist, tied the other to one of the bird's great feet. Up flew the giant bird high into the sky, and Sindbad with it, descending somewhere in India in the Valley of Diamonds. The bird was afterwards identified as an enormous eagle. "And I arose and walked in that valley," says Sindbad, "and I beheld its ground to be composed of diamonds, with which they perforate minerals and jewels, porcelain, and the onyx, and it is a stone so hard that neither iron nor rock have any effect upon it. All that valley was likewise occupied by serpents and venomous snakes." Here Sindbad found the camphor trees. Under each of these trees 100 men might shade themselves. From these trees flowed liquid camphor. In this island, too, is a kind of wild beast called rhinoceros. It's a huge beast with a single horn, thick, in the middle of its head, and it lifteth the great elephant upon its horn. Thus, after collecting heaps of diamonds, Sindbad returned to Baghdad, a rich man. Again his soul yearns for travel. This time he starts for China, but his ship is driven out of its course and cast on the Island of Apes, probably Sumatra. These apes, the most hideous of beasts, covered with hair like black felt, surrounded the ship. They climbed up the cables and severed them with their teeth, to Sindbad's great alarm. He escaped to the neighboring islands known as the Clow Islands, and again reached Baghdad safely. Again and yet again he starts forth on fresh adventures. Now he is sailing on the seas beyond Ceylon. Now his ship is being pursued by a giant roe, whose young have been killed and eaten by Sindbad. Sindbad as usually escapes upon a plank, and sails to an island, where he meets the Old Man of the Sea, probably a huge ape from Borneo. On he passed to the Island of Apes, where every night the people who reside in it go forth from the doors of the city that open upon the sea in their fear of the apes, lest they should come down upon them in the night from the mountains. After this we find Sindbad trading in pepper on the Coromandel coast of modern India, and discovering a wealth of pearls by the seashore of Ceylon. But at last he grew tired of seafaring, which was never congenial to Arabs. Hateful was the dark blue sky, vaulted over the dark blue sea, sore task to heart worn out by many wars, and eyes grown dim with gazing on the pilot stars. So he leaves private adventuring alone, and is appointed by the Caliph of Baghdad to convey a letter and present to the Indian Prince of Ceylon, an expedition that lasts him 27 years. The presents were magnificent. They included a horse worth 10,000 pieces of gold, with its saddle adorned with gold set with jewels, a book, a splendid dress, and some beautiful white Egyptian cloth, Greek carpets, and a crystal cup. Having duly delivered these gifts, he took his leave, meaning to return to his own country. But the usual adventures befell him. This time his ship was surrounded by a number of boats on board of which were men, like little devils with swords and daggers. These attacked the ship, captured Sindbad, and sold him to a rich man as a slave. He set him to shoot elephants from a tree with bows and arrows. At last, after many other adventures, and having made 7 long voyages, poor Sindbad reached his home. The romance of Sindbad the Sailor is really a true story of Arab adventures at sea during the 9th and 10th centuries, put into a romantic setting and ascribed to one man. In the above map, which is a portion of the map of the world made by the famous Arab geographer Edrisi in 1154 A.D., many of the places to which Sindbad's story relates have been identified. Their modern names are as follows: Kotroba is probably Socotra. Kolam Meli is Kolan near Cape Comorin. Hind is India. Serendib is Ceylon. Mufili or Monsul, the Valley of Diamonds, is Masulipatam. Roibahat, the Clow Islands, are the Maldive Islands. Rami, the Island of Apes, is Sumatra. Maid Zaba, the island with the volcano, is Banka. Senf is Tsiampa, South Cochinchina. Muza or Merigi is Borneo. Cameroon is Java. Maid, the Camphor Island, is Formosa. Edrisi's names are as those which are used in the Arabian Nights. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 16 Travelers to the East. But if the Sindbad Saga is based on the stories of Mohammedan travelers and sum up Arab adventures by sea in the 10th century, we must turn to another Arab, Masudi by name, for land travel of the same period. Masudi left his home at Baghdad very young, and seems to have penetrated into every Mohammedan country from Spain to farther India. In his famous Meadows of Gold, with its 132 chapters, dedicated to the most illustrious kings, he describes the various lands through which he has travelled, giving us at the same time a good deal of incorrect information about lands he has never seen. I have gone so far towards the setting sun that I have lost all remembrance of the east, and my course has taken me so far towards the rising sun that I have forgotten the very name of west. One cannot but look with admiration on the energetic Arab traveller, when one remembers the labour of travel even in the 10th century. There were the long, hot rides through Central Asia, under a burning sun, the ascent of unknown mountains, the crossing of unbridged rivers. From his lengthy work we will only extract a few details. Though he had gone so far towards the setting sun, his knowledge of the West was very limited, and while Vikings tossed on the Atlantic westwards, Masudi tells us that "it is impossible to navigate beyond the Pillars of Hercules, for no vessel sails on that sea; it is without cultivation or inhabitant, and its end, like its depth, is unknown." Such was the Green Sea of Darkness, as it was called by the Arabs. Masudi is more at home when he journeys towards the rising sun to the east, but his descriptions of China, the Flowery Land, the Celestial Country, were to be excelled by others. We must pass over Edrisi, who, in 1153, wrote, "On the going abroad of a curious man to explore all the wonders of the world," which wonders he explored very imperfectly, though he has left us a map of the world, which may be seen to day at the Bodleian Library at Oxford. But we cannot pass over Benjamin of Tudela in so few words. Our Benjamin he is called by Pinkerton, who in the 18th century made a wonderful collection of voyages and travels of all ages. Our Benjamin was a Jew hailing from Tudela in Spain, and he started forth on his travels with a view to ascertaining the condition and numbers of Jews living in the midst of the great Mohammedan empire. Benjamin made his way in the year 1160 to the exceeding great city of Constantinople, which has none to compare with it except Baghdad, the mighty city of the Arabs. With the great temple of St. Sophia and its pillars of gold and silver he was immensely struck. In rapt admiration he gazed at the emperor's palace with its walls of beaten gold, its hanging crown suspended over the imperial throne, blazing with precious stones, so splendid that the whole needed no other light. No less striking were the crimson embroidered garments worn by the Greeks, who rode to and from the city like princes on horseback. Benjamin turned sadly to the Jewish quarter. No Jew might ride on horseback here. All were treated as objects of contempt. They were herded together, often beaten in the streets. From the wealth and luxury of Constantinople, Benjamin makes his way to Syria. At Jerusalem he finds some 200 Jews commanding the dyeing trade. And here we must remind ourselves that the second crusade was over, and the third had not yet taken place, that Jerusalem, the city of peace, had been in the hands of the Mohammedans, or Saracens, till 1099, when it fell into the hands of the Crusaders. From Jerusalem, by way of Damascus, Benjamin entered Persia, and he gives us an interesting account of Baghdad and its caliphs. The caliph was the head of the Mohammedans, in the same way that the Pope was the head of the Christians. He was, says our Benjamin, a very dignified personage, friendly towards the Jews, a kind hearted man, but never to be seen. Pilgrims from distant lands, passing through Baghdad on their way to Mecca, prayed to be allowed to see the brightness of his face, but they were only allowed to kiss one end of his garment. Now, although Benjamin describes the journey from Baghdad to China, it's very doubtful if he ever got to China himself, So we will leave him delighting in the glories of Bagdad, with its palm trees, its gardens and orchards, rejoicing in the statistics of Jews, and turn to the adventures of one Carpini, who really did reach Tartary. This Carpini, or Friar John, was a Franciscan who was chosen by the Pope to go to the great Khan of the Mongol Empire, which was threatening to overrun Christendom. On 16th April, 1245, Friar John left the cloister for the unknown tract of country by which he had to pass into China. By way of Bohemia he passed into Russia, and having annexed Brother Benedict in Poland and Brother Stephen in Bohemia, together with a guide, Carpini made his way eastwards. It was midwinter. The travelers had to ride on Tartar horses, for they alone could find grass under the snow, or live, as animals must in Tartary, without hay or straw. Sometimes Friar John fell so ill that he had to be placed in a cart and carried through the deep snow. It was Easter, 1246, just a year after their start, that Friar John and his companions began the last section of their journey beyond the Volga, and most tearfully we set out, not knowing whether it was for life or for death. So thin had they all become that not one of them could ride. Still they toiled on, till one July day they entered Mongolia, and found the headquarters of the Great Khan about half a day's journey from Karakorum. They arrived in time to witness the enthronement of the new Khan in August. Here were crowds of ambassadors from Russia and Persia, as well as from outlying parts of the growing Mongol Empire. These were laden with gifts. Indeed, there were no less than 500 crates full of silks, satins, brocades, fur, gold embroidery. Friar John and his companions had no gifts to offer save the letter from the Pope. Impressive indeed in the eyes of the once cloistered friar must have been this first sight of Eastern splendor. High on a neighboring hill stood the Khan's tent, resting on pillars, plated with gold, top and sides covered with silk brocades, while the great ceremony took place. But the men of the West were not welcomed by the new Emperor of the East. It was supposed that he intended shortly to unfurl his standard against the whole of the Western world, and in November Friar John and his companions found themselves formally dismissed with a missive from the Great Khan to the Pope, signed and sealed by the Khan himself. The return journey was even more trying. Winter was coming on, and for nearly 7 months the Pope's faithful envoys struggled on across the endless open plains of Asia towards Russia, resting their eyes on vast expanses of snow. At last they reached home, and Friar John wrote his Book of the Tartars, in which he informs us that Mongolia is in the east part of the world, and that Cathay is a country in the east of Asia. To the southwest of Mongolia he heard of a vast desert, where lived certain wild men unable to speak and with no joints in their legs. These occupy themselves in making felt out of camel's hair for garments to protect them from the weather. Again Carpini tells us about that mythical character figuring in the travel books of this time, Priester John. The Mongol army, he says, marched against the Christians dwelling in the Greater India, and the king of that country, known by the name of Prester John, came forth with his army to meet them. This Prester John caused a number of hollow copper figures to be made, resembling men, which were stuffed with combustibles and set upon horses, each having a man behind on the horse, with a pair of bellows to stir up the fire. At the first onset of the battle, these mounted figures were sent forward to the charge. The men who rode behind them set fire to the combustibles, and then strongly blew with the bellows. Immediately the Mongol horses and men were burnt with wild fire, and the air was darkened with smoke. We shall hear of Prester John again, for within a few years of the return of Friar John, another Franciscan friar, William de Rupruquis, was sent forth, this time by the French king, Louis, to carry letters to the Great Khan, begging him to embrace Christianity and acknowledge the supremacy of the Pope. William and his chosen companions had a painful and difficult journey of some months before they reached the camps on the Volga of one of the great Mongol lords. Indeed, if it had not been for the grace of God and the biscuit which we brought with us, we had surely perished, remarks the pious friar in the history of his adventures. Never once did they enjoy the shelter of the house or tent, but passed the nights in the open air in a cart. At last they were ordered to appear at the court of the great ruler with all their books and vestments. We were commanded to array ourselves in our sacred vestments to appear before the prince. Putting on, therefore, our most precious ornaments, I took a cushion in my arms, together with the Bible I had from the King of France, and the beautiful psalter which the Queen bestowed upon me. My companion at the same time carried the missal and a crucifix, and the clerk, clothed in his surplice, bore a censer in his hand. In this order we presented ourselves, singing the Salve Regina. It is a strange picture this, the European friars, in all the vestments of their religion, standing before the Eastern prince of this far off country. They would fain have carried home news of his conversion, but they were told in angry tones that the prince was not a Christian but a Mongol. They were dismissed with orders to visit the Great Khan at Karakorum. Resuming their journey early in August, the messengers did not arrive at the court of the Great Khan till the day after Christmas. They were miserably housed in a tiny hut with scarcely room for their beds and baggage. The cold was intense. The bare feet of the friars caused great astonishment to the crowds of onlookers, who stared at the strange figures as though they had been monsters. However, they could not keep their feet bare long, for very soon Rubruquis found that his toes were frozen. Chanting in Latin the hymn of the Nativity, the visitors were at last admitted to the imperial tent, hung about with cloth of gold, where they found the Khan. He was seated on a couch, a little man of moderate height, aged about 45, and dressed in a skin spotted and glossy like a seal. The Mongol emperor asked numerous questions about the kingdom of France and the possibility of conquering it, to the righteous indignation of the friars. They stayed in the country till the end of May, when they were dismissed, having failed in their mission, but having gained a good deal of information about the great Mongol Empire and its somewhat mysterious ruler. But while the kingdoms in Europe trembled before the growing expansion of the Mongol Empire and the dangers of Tartar hordes, the merchants of Venice rejoiced in the new markets which were opening for them in the East. Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 17. Marco Polo. Now Venice at this time was full of enterprising merchants, merchants such as we hear of in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. Among these were two Venetians, the brothers Polo. Rumors had reached them of the wealth of the mysterious land of Cathay, of the Great Khan, of Europeans making their way, as we have seen, through barren wildernesses, across burning deserts in the face of hardships indescribable, to open up a highway to the Far East. So off started Maffio and Niccolo Polo on a trading enterprise, and having crossed the Mediterranean, came, with a fair wind and the blessing of God, to Constantinople, where they disposed of a large quantity of their merchandise. Having made some money, they directed their way to Bokhara, where they fell in with a Tartar nobleman, who persuaded them to accompany him to the court of the Great Khan himself. Ready for adventure they agreed, and he led them in northeasterly direction, Now they were delayed by heavy snows, now by the swelling of unbridged rivers, so that it was a year before they reached Pekin, which they considered was the extremity of the East. They were courteously received by the Great Khan, who questioned them closely about their own land, to which they replied in the Tartar language which they had learned on the way. Now since the days of Prior John there was a new Khan named Kublai, who wished to send messengers to the Pope to beg him to send 100 wise men to teach the Chinese Christianity. He chose the Polo brothers as his envoys to the Pope, and accordingly they started off to fulfill his behests. After an absence of 15 years they again reached Venice. The very year they had left home Niccolo's wife had died, and his boy, afterwards to become the famous traveler Marco Polo, had been born. The boy was now 15. The stories told by his father and uncle of the Far East and the court of the greatest emperor on earth filled the boy with enthusiasm, and when in 1271 the brothers Polo set out for their second journey to China, not only were they accompanied by the young Marco, but also by two preaching friars to teach the Christian faith to Kublai Khan. Their journey lay through Armenia, through the old city of Nineveh to Baghdad, where the last caliph had been butchered by the Tartars. Entering Persia as traders, the Polo family passed on to Ormuz, hoping to take ship from here to China. But for some unknown reason this was impossible, and the travelers made their way northeastwards to the country about the sources of the river Oxus. Here young Marco fell sick of a low fever, and for a whole year could not proceed. Resuming their journey at last, in high spirits, they crossed the great highlands of the Pamirs, known as the Roof of the World, and descending on Khotan, found themselves face to face with the great Gobi Desert. For 30 days they journeyed over the sandy wastes of the silent wilderness, till they came to a city in the province of Tangut, where they were met by messengers from the Khan, who had heard of their approach. But it was not till May 1275 that they actually reached the court of Kublai Khan after their tremendous journey of 1000 days. The preaching friars had long since turned homewards, alarmed at the dangers of the way, so only the three stout-hearted Polos were left to deliver the Pope's message to the ruler of Mongol Empire. The Lord of all the earth, as he was called by his people, received them very warmly. He inquired at once who was the young man with them. "My lord," replied Niccolo, "he is my son and your servant." "Then," said the Khan, "he is welcome. I am much pleased with him." So the three Venetians abode at the court of Kublai Khan. His summer palace was at Changtu, called Hanadu by the poet Coleridge. In Hanadu did Kublai Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alph, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sacred sea. So twice 5 miles of fertile ground, with walls and towers were girdled round, and there were gardens bright with sinuous rills, where blossomed many an incense-bearing tree, and here were forests ancient as the hills, enfolding sunny spots of greenery. So the three Venetians abode at the court of the Chinese emperor for no less than 17 years. Young Marco displayed so great intelligence that he was sent on a mission for the Khan some 6 months' journey distant, and so well did he describe the things he had seen and the lands through which he had passed, that the Khan heaped on him honors and riches. Let us hear what Marco says of his lord and master. "The great Khan, lord of lords, named Kublai, is of middle stature, neither too full nor too short. He has a beautiful fresh complexion, his color is fair, his eyes dark. The capital of the empire, Pekin, 2 days' journey from the sea, and the residence of the court during the month of December, January, and February, called out the unbounded enthusiasm of the Polos. The city, 2 days' journey from the ocean, in the extreme northeast of Cathay, had been newly rebuilt in a regular square, 6 miles on each side, surrounded by walls of earth, and having 12 gates. "The streets are so broad and so straight," says Marco, "that from one gate another is visible. It contains many beautiful houses and palaces, and a very large one in the midst containing a steeple with a large bell, which at night sounds 3 times, after which no man must leave the city. At each gate 1,000 men keep guard, not from dread of any enemy, but in reverence of the monarch who dwells within it, and to prevent injury by robbers. This square form of Pekin, the great breadth of the straight streets, the closing of the gates by sound of a bell, the largest in the world, is noted by all travelers to this far eastern city of Cathay. But greater even than Pekin was the city of King Sai, Hang Chow Fu, the City of Heaven, in the south of China. It had but lately fallen into the hands of Kublai Khan. "And now I will tell you all its nobleness," says Marco, "for without doubt it is the largest city in the world. The city is 100 miles in circumference, and has 12,000 stone bridges, and beneath the greater part of these a large ship might pass. And you need not wonder there are so many bridges, because the city is wholly on the water and surrounded by it like Venice. The merchants are so numerous and so rich that their wealth can neither be told nor believed. They and their ladies do nothing with their own hands, but live as delicately as if they were kings. These females also are of most angelic beauty, and live in the most elegant manner. The people are idolaters, subject to the Great Khan, and use paper money. They eat the flesh of dogs and other beasts, such as no Christian would touch for the world. In this city, too, are 4,000 baths, in which the citizens, both men and women, take great delight, and frequently resort thither, because they keep their persons very cleanly. They are the largest and most beautiful baths in the world, insomuch that 100 of either sex may bathe in them at once. 25 miles from thence is the ocean, and there is the city Ningpo, which has a very fine port, with large ships and much merchandise of immense value from India and other quarters. But though Marco revels in the description of wonderful cities, he is continually leading us back to the Great Khan himself. His festivals were splendid. The tables were arranged so that the emperor sat higher than all the others, always with his face to the south. His sons and daughters were placed so that their heads were on a level with his feet. Some 40,000 people feast on these occasions, but the Khan himself is served only by his great barons, their mouths wrapped in rich towels embroidered in gold and silver, that their breath might not blow upon the plates. His presents were on a colossal scale. It was no rare occurrence for him to receive 5,000 camels, 100,000 beautiful horses, and 5,000 elephants covered with gold and silver. "And now I will relate a wonderful thing," says Marco. "A large lion is led into his presence, which, as soon as it sees him, drops down and makes a sign of deep humility, owning him its lord and moving about without a chain. His kingdom was ruled by 12 barons, all living at Pekin. His provinces numbered 34, hence their method of communication was very complete. Messengers are sent to diverse provinces," says Marco, "and on all the roads they find at every 25 miles a post, where the messengers are received. At each is a large edifice containing a bed covered with silk and everything useful and convenient for a traveler. Here, too, they find full 400 horses, whom the prince has ordered to be always in waiting to convey them along the principal roads. Thus they go through the provinces, finding everywhere inns and horses for their reception. Moreover, in the intervals between these stations, at every 3 miles are erected villages of about 40 houses inhabited by foot runners, also employed on these dispatches. They wear large girdles set round with bells, which are heard at a great distance. Receiving a letter or packet, one runs full speed to the next village, when his approach being announced by bells, another is ready to start and proceed to the next, and so on. By these pedestrian messengers the Khan receives news in 1 day and night from places 10 days' journey distant, in 2 days from those 20 off, and in 10 from those 100 days' journey distant. Thus he sends his messengers through all his kingdoms and provinces, to know if any of his subjects have had their crops injured through bad weather, and, if any such injury has happened, he does not exact from them any tribute for that season; nay, he gives them corn out of his own stores to subsist on. This first European account of China is all so delightful that it is difficult to know where to stop. The mention of coal is interesting. "Throughout the whole province of Cathay," says Marco, "are a kind of black stones cut from the mountains in veins, which burn like logs. They maintain the fire better than wood. If you put them on in the evening they will preserve it the whole night, and it will be found burning in the morning. Throughout the whole of Cathay this fuel is used. They have also wood, but the stones are much less expensive." Neither can we pass over Marco's account of the wonderful stone bridge with its 24 arches of pure marble across the broad river, the most magnificent object in the whole world, across which 10 horsemen could ride abreast; or the yellow river Hoang Ho, so large and broad that it cannot be crossed by a bridge, and flows on even to the ocean; or the wealth of mulberry trees throughout the land, on which lived the silkworms that have made China so famous for her silk. Then there are the people famous for their manufacture of fine porcelain ware. Great quantities of porcelain earth were here collected into heaps, and in this way exposed to the action of the atmosphere for some 40 years, during which time it was never disturbed. By this process it became refined and fitted for manufacture. Such is Marco's only allusion to China ware. With regard to tea he is entirely silent. But he is the first European to tell us about the islands of Japan, 1500 miles from the coast of China, now first discovered to the geographers of the West. "Cipangu," says Marco, "is an island situated at a distance from the mainland. The people are fair and civilized in their manners. They possess precious metals in extraordinary abundance. The people are white, of gentle manners, idolaters in religion, and are a king of their own. These folk were attacked by the fleet of Kublai Khan in 1264 for their gold, for the king's house, windows, and floors were covered with it, but the king allowed no exportation of it." Thus Marco Polo records in dim outline the existence of land beyond that ever dreamed of by Europeans, indeed denied by Ptolemy and other geographers of the West. In the course of his service under Kublai Khan he opened up the 8 provinces of Tibet, the whole of Southeast Asia from Canton to Bengal, and the archipelago of Farther India. He tells us, too, of Tibet, that wide country, vanquished and wasted by the Khan for the space of 20 days' journey, a great wilderness wanting people, but overrun by wild beasts. Here were great Tibetan dogs as large as asses. Still on duty for Kublai Khan, Marco reached Bengal, which borders upon India. But he was glad enough to return to his adopted Chinese home, the richest and most famous country of all the East. At last the Polo family wearied of court honors, and they were anxious to return to their own people at Venice. However, the Khan was very unwilling to let them go. One day their chance came. The Persian ruler was anxious to marry a princess of the house of Kublai Khan, and it was decided to send the lady by sea under the protection of the trusted Polos, rather than to allow her to undergo the hardships of her overland journey from China to Persia. So in the year 1292 they bade farewell to the great Kublai Khan, and with the little princess of 17 and her suite they set sail with an escort of 14 ships for India. Passing many islands, with gold and much trade, After 3 months at sea they reached Java, at this time supposed to be the greatest island in the world, above 3,000 miles round. At Sumatra they were detained 5 months by stress of weather, till at last they reached the Bay of Bengal. Sailing on 1,000 miles westwards they reached Ceylon, "the finest island in the world," remarks Marco. It was not till 2 years after their start and the loss of 600 sailors that they arrived at their destination, only to find that the ruler of Persia was dead. However, they gave the little bride to his son, and passed on by Constantinople to Venice, where they arrived in 1295. And now follows a strange sequel to the story. After their long absence, and in their travel stained garments, their friends and relations could not recognize them, and in vain did they declare that they were indeed the Polos, father, son, and uncle, who had left Venice 24 long years ago. It was no use. No one believed their story. So this is what they did. They arranged for a great banquet to be held, to which they invited all their relations and friends. This they attended in robes of crimson satin. Then suddenly Marco rose from the table, and going out of the room, returned with the three coarse, travel stained garments. They ripped open seams, tore out the lining, and a quantity of precious stones, rubies, sapphires, diamonds, and emeralds poured forth. The company were filled with wonder, and when the story spread, all the people of Venice came forth to do honor to their famous fellow countrymen. Marco was surnamed Marco of the Millions, and never tired of telling the wonderful stories of Kublai Khan, the great emperor, who combined the rude magnificence of the desert with the pomp and elegance of the most civilized empire in the old world. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 18 The End of Medieval Exploration. The two names of Ibn Batuta and Sir John Mandeville now conclude our medieval period of travel to the eastward. Both the Arab and the Englishman date their travels between the years 1325 and 1355, but while Ibn Batuta, the traveler from Tangiers, adds very valuable information to our geographical knowledge, we have to lay the travel volumes of Sir John Mandeville aside and acknowledge sadly that his book is made up of borrowed experiences, that he has wantonly added fiction to fact, and distorted even the travel stories told by other travelers. And yet, strange to say, while the work of Ibn Batuta remains entirely disregarded, the delightful work of the Englishman is still read vigorously today and translated into nearly every European language. In it we read strange stories of Prester John, the great emperor of India, who is served by 7 kings, 72 dukes, and 360 earls. He speaks of the Isle of Cathay. He repeats the legend of the island near Java on which Adam and Eve wept for 100 years after they had been driven from paradise. He speaks of giants 30 feet high, and of pygmies who came dancing to see him. We turn to the Arab traveler for a solid document, which rings more true, and we cannot doubt his accounts of shipwreck and hardships encountered by the way. Ibn Batuta left Tangiers in the year 1324, at the early age of 21, on a pilgrimage to Mecca. He made his way across the north of Africa to Alexandria. Here history relates he met a learned and pious man named Imam. "I perceive," said Imam, "that you are fond of visiting distant countries." "That is so," answered Ibn Batuta. "Then you must visit my brother in India, my brother in Persia, and my brother in China, and when you see them present my compliments to them." Ibn Batuta left Alexandria with the resolve to visit these three persons, and indeed, wonderful to say, he found them all three and presented to them their brother's compliments. He reached Mecca and remained there for 3 years, after which he voyaged down the Red Sea to Aden, a port of much trade. Coasting along the east coast of Africa, he reached Mombasa, from which port, so soon to fall into the hands of the Portuguese, he sailed to Ormuz, a city on the seashore, at the entrance to the Persian Gulf. Here he tells us of the head of a fish that might be compared to a hill. Its eyes were like two doors, so that people could go in at one eye and out of other. Crossing Central Arabia and the Black Sea, he found himself for the first time in a Christian city, and was much dismayed at all the bells ringing. He was anxious to go north through Russia to the land of darkness, of which he had heard such wonderful tales. It was a land where there were neither trees, nor stones, nor houses, where dogs with nails in their feet drew little sledges across the ice. Instead, he went to Constantinople, arriving at sunset when the bells were ringing so loud that the very horizon shook with the noise. Ibn was presented to the emperor as a remarkable traveler, and a letter of safe conduct was given to him. He then made his way through Bokhara and Herat, Kandahar and Kabul, over the Hindu Kush and across the Indus to Delhi, the greatest city in the world. But at this time it was a howling wilderness, as the inhabitants had fled from the cruelty of the Turkish emperor. Into his presence our traveler was now called and graciously received. "The Lord of the world appoints you to the office of judge in Delhi," said the emperor. "He gives you a dress of honor with a saddle horse and a large yearly salary." Ibn held this office for 8 years, till one day the emperor called him and said, "I wish to send you as ambassador to the Emperor of China, for I know that you are fond of travelling in foreign countries." The Emperor of China had sent presents of great value to the Emperor of India, who was now anxious to return the compliment. Quaint indeed were the gifts from India to China. There were 100 high-bred horses, 100 dancing girls, 100 pieces of cotton stuff, also silk and wool, some black, some white, blue green, or blue. There were swords of state and golden candlesticks, silver basins, brocade dresses, and gloves embroidered with pearls. But so many adventures did Ibn Batuta have on his way to China that it is certain that none of these things ever reached that country. For 80 miles from Delhi the cavalcade was attacked, and Ibn was robbed of all he had. For days he wandered alone in a forest, living on leaves, till he was rescued, more dead than alive, and carried back to Delhi. The second start was also unfortunate. By a circuitous route he made his way to Calicut, on the Malabar coast, where he made a stay of 3 months till the monsoons should permit him to take ship for China. The harbor of Calicut was full of great Chinese ships called junks. These junks struck him as unlike anything he had seen before. The sails are made of cane reed woven together like a mat, which, when they put into port, they leave standing in the wind. In some of these vessels there will be 1,000 men, sailors and soldiers. Built in the ports of China only, they are rowed with large oars, which may be compared to great masts. On board are wooden houses in which the higher officers reside with their wives. The time of the voyage came. 13 huge junks were taken, and the imperial presents were embarked. All was ready for a start on the morrow. Ibn stayed on shore praying in the mosque till starting time. That night a violent hurricane arose, and most of the ships in the harbor were destroyed. Treasure, crew, and officers all perished, and Ibn was left alone and almost penniless. He feared to return to Delhi, so he took ship, which landed him on one of a group of 1,000 islands, which Ibn calls one of the wonders of the world. The chief island was governed by a woman. Here he was made a judge and soon became a great personage. But after a time he grew restless and set sail for Sumatra. Here at the court of the king, who was a zealous disciple of Mohammed, Ibn met with a kind reception, and after a fortnight, provided with provisions, the restless Mohammedan again voyaged northwards into the calm sea, or the Pacific as we call it now. It was so still, disturbed by neither wind nor waves, that the ship had to be towed by a smaller ship till they reached China. "This is a vast country," writes Ibn, "and it abounds in all sorts of good things, fruit, corn, gold, and silver. It is traversed by a great river, the Waters of Life, which runs through the heart of China for a distance of 6 months' journey. It is bordered with villages, cultivated plains, orchards, and markets, just like the Nile in Egypt." Ibn gives an amusing account of the Chinese poultry. "The cocks and hens are bigger than our geese. I one day bought a hen," he says, "which I wanted to boil, but one pot would not hold it, and I was obliged to take two. As for the cocks in China, they are as big as ostriches." "Pooh!" cried an owner of Chinese fowls, "there are cocks in China much bigger than that," and I found he had said no more than the truth. Silk is very plentiful, for the worms which produce it require little attention. They have silk in such abundance that it is used for clothing even by poor monks and beggars. The people of China do not use gold and silver coin in their commercial dealings. Their buying and selling is carried on by means of pieces of paper about the size of the palm of the hand, carrying the seal of the emperor. The Arab traveler has much to say about the superb painting of China. They study and paint every stranger that visits their country, and the portrait thus taken is exposed on the city wall. Thus, should a stranger do anything to make flight necessary, his portrait would be sent out into every province, and he would soon be discovered. China is the safest as well as the pleasantest of all the regions on the earth for a traveler. You may travel the whole 9 months' journey to which the empire extends, without the slightest cause to fear, even if you have treasure in your charge. But it afforded me no pleasure. On the contrary, my spirit was sorely troubled within me to see how paganism had the upper hand. Troubles now broke out among the Khan's family, which led to civil wars and the death of the great Khan. He was buried with great pomp. A deep chamber was dug into the earth, into which a beautiful couch was placed, on which was laid the dead Khan, with his arms and all his rich apparel, the earth over him being heaped to the height of a large hill. Batuta now hurried from the country, took a junk to Sumatra, thence to Calicut, and by Ormuz home to Tangier, where he arrived in 1348. He had done what he set forth to do. He had visited the three brothers of Imam in Persia, India, and China. In addition, he had traveled for 24 years, and accomplished in all about 75,000 miles. With him the history of medieval exploration would seem to end, for within 80 years of his death the modern epoch opens with the energies and enthusiasm of Prince Henry of Portugal. For the last 2 centuries we have found all travel undertaken more or less as a religious crusade. So far, during the last centuries, travel had been for the most part by land. Few discoveries had been made by sea; voyages were too difficult and dangerous. The Phoenicians had ventured far with intrepid courage. The Vikings had tossed fearlessly over the stormy northern seas to the yet unknown land of America. But this was long ago. Throughout the Middle Ages hardly a sail was to be seen on the vast Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. No ships ventured on what was held to be the Sea of Darkness. No man was emboldened to risk life and money on the unknown waters beyond his own safe home. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 19 Medieval Maps. We cannot pass from the subject of medieval exploration without a word on the really delightful, if ignorant, maps of the period, for they illustrate better than any description the state of geography at this time. The Ptolemy map, summing up all the Greek and Roman learning, with its longitudes and latitudes, with its shaped continents and its many towns and rivers, indicates the high water mark of a tide that was soon to ebb. With the decline of the Roman Empire and the coming of Christianity, we get a new spirit inspiring our medieval maps, in which Jerusalem, hitherto totally obscure, dominates the whole situation. The Christian topography of Cosmas in the 6th century sets a new model. Figures blowing trumpets representing the winds still blow on to the world, as they did in the days of Ptolemy, but the earth is once more flat, and it is again surrounded by the ocean stream. Round this ocean stream, according to Cosmas, is an outer earth, the seat of paradise, the earth beyond the ocean where men dwelt before the flood. Although these maps of Cosmos were but the expression of one man's ideas, they served as a model for others. There is at Turin a delightful map of the 8th century with the four winds and the ocean stream as usual. The world is divided into three: Asia, Africa, and Europe. Adam and Eve stand on the top. To the right of Adam lies Armenia and the Caucasus. To the left of Eve are Mount Lebanon, the river Jordan, Sidon, and Mesopotamia. At their feet lie Mount Canaan, Jerusalem, and Babylon. In Europe we find a few names, such as Constantinople, Italy, France, Britannia, and Scotland are islands in the encircling sea. Africa is suitably represented by the Nile. Of much the same date is another map known as the Albi, preserved in the library at Albi in Languedoc. The world is square, with rounded corners. Britain is an island off the coast of Spain, and a beautiful green sea flows round the whole. An example of 10th century map making, known as the Cottoniana or Anglo-Saxon map, is in the British Museum. Here is a mixture of biblical and classical knowledge. Jerusalem and Bethlehem are in their place, and the Pillars of Hercules stand at the entrance of the Mediterranean Sea. The British Isles are still distorted, and quantities of little unnamed islands lie about the north of Scotland. In the extreme east lies an enormous Ceylon. In the northeast corner of Asia is drawn a magnificent lion with mane and curling tail, with the words around him, "Here lions abound." Africa as usual is made up of the Nile, Alexandria at its mouth, and its source in a lake. There is another form of these early maps. They are quite small and round. They are known as T maps, being divided into three parts: Europe, Asia, and Africa. Jerusalem is always in the center, and the ocean stream flows round. After the manner of these, only on a very large scale, is the famous Mappa Mundi, by Richard of Haldinghan, on the walls of the Hereford Cathedral of the 13th century. Jerusalem is in the center, and the Crucifixion is there depicted. At the top is the Last Judgment, with the good and bad folk divided on either side. Adam and Eve are there, so are the Pillars of Hercules, Scylla, and Charybdis, the Red Sea colored red, the Nile, and the Mountains of the Moon, strange beasts, and stranger men. With the Hereford map came in that pictorial geography that makes the maps of the later Middle Ages so delightful. "This is indeed the true way to make a map," says a modern writer. If these old maps erred in the course of their rivers and the lines of their mountains and space, they are not so misleading as your modern atlas with its too accurate measurements. For even your most primitive map, with Paradise in the east, a gigantic Jerusalem in the centre, gives a less distorted impression than that which we obtain from the most scientific chart on Mercator's projection. CHAPTER 20.